The Way They Fell by Joshua B. Coleman. Read to you by the author. My highest appreciation goes to Brent. You are an invaluable alpha reader. More importantly, you are a good friend. Chapter 1. A Plume in the Sky. There was a strange sense about the morning, as if this could be the end. A feeling of change lingered in the air, and Teka had an ominous realization of how fragile their life together was. She stood outside their underground community surrounded by a scattering of other members. The sun had risen not long ago and brought with it more people than were usually awake this early. They stared across the valley where the land was steeped in early morning shadow, watching as dust billowed out of the mountainside. Teka overheard a miner ask the man beside her, "Do you still think it is smoke?" The other man replied in a low tone, "No." The gray billow had appeared just before yesterday's last light, while the miners were cleaning the outside staging area. Many people first thought a fire had started. Yet, the opposite mountain, which was a half-day's journey from their home, had no vegetation. There were no trees, no shrubs, not even grass grew on the rocky slopes. "Are you sure it is not volcanic?" the man asked. Teka saw the miner give him a look. "This is not a volcanic area." That fact scared Teka the most. She bit at her knuckle, wondering what it could be. She had been working under the lead geologist in their colony for over 10 season cycles, but in that time, she never heard of anything that could do this. Volcanoes gave warnings. There was always signs of activity before an eruption. This plume of dust gave no warning. It was as if a hole simply opened up and outpoured dust. The powder lingered high in the air. Teka felt a breeze against her back, so she knew the dust would blow away from them. But even from this distance, she could see the area around the plume already covered in gray. How long would this last? When the winds changed, would it reach their home?
"Imagine what the valley people are thinking right now,"
Teka said under her breath. "It is not my concern what they think," the miner replied. "This is their problem, not ours." But Teka wondered how soon it would be their problem. She wondered what Tiladon, the head elder, and the other 4 elders would do. He had put so much work into helping the valley people. Surely he would want to do something. Yet she had heard the other elders voice their disapproval of the valley. Just like the miner beside her, they dismissed the less fortunate group below. There was something going on in the elders' circle due to these opposing views of the valley, but the elders were close-lipped enough that she didn't know the details. Teka wondered if they would resolve the increasing tension she had only glimpsed at, or if they would find a fate more similar to the plume. The uncertainty about the plume grew inside her as she questioned what leadership would do. Would they choose a path for the group that she agreed with? The other man beside Teka finally had enough of watching the unknown dust. "I need to get back to helping with breakfast. Life goes on no matter what happens over there." Others followed him back inside, and eventually Teka turned to do the same. Though the dust stayed on her mind, it did not stop her daily responsibilities. Life continued as normal, for now. Desupon sat on the edge of her bed, watching the plume through the window. A square of orange light cast through the glass and onto the stone floor. Though uncertainty hovered over the other side of the valley, she sat in comfort, far from the danger. The view from her community looked down at the fertile fields with farm homes dotting the landscape. Small herds grazed the grasses as if their lives were not in question, as if everything were normal. Gravel roads twisted over and between hills. Near the Plume, docile umtrals pulled snowplows to push the settling powder off the fields. The open door to Desupon's small room let the murmurs of the waking members drift in. A coolness from the long underground hallway competed with the warmth from the window. Women talked among themselves, and children ran by. Members young and old passed by her door, making their way to the dining hall. She heard a man ask, "Do we know what it is yet?" But she did not hear the reply. Desupon kept her gaze outside, watching the Plume continue to spew gray powder into the air. Feeling a chill from the hallway, she stood and went to the warm light of the window, sitting on a chest full of her old toys. The warmth tingled her skin. Her cold hands pressed upon the heated wood of the chest. She hadn't opened it in over 3 season cycles. She was technically a woman now, 17 cycles old, and her interests had changed. When children transitioned to membership, to adulthood, it was customary for them to donate their personal toys. Generations of old toys packed the playroom bins. Now that Desupon was at the proper age to qualify as a member, it was time she moved on from her childhood and her past. Yet membership came with expectations and the possibility of failure. Her toys were a reminder of a life without worry. Despite her father's role as head elder and her desire to contribute to the colony, she struggled with her transition. She had barely progressed in her studies, and the few tasks given to her took far too long. It seemed she wasn't fit for work, and her value as a member was in question. When she was 16, her father started pressuring her to take on a job. Now that she was 17, she had finally given in to letting Teka teach her about the elements and compounds in the mountain. But there was no task their underground colony offered that held her interest. Instead, she liked to spend her time outside, watching the miners come out of the mountain as they prepared resources to sell. She would wander through the mountain grasses and the low-growing forest, exploring the surrounding land. There was so much about the world she wanted to know. Why did some creatures have 6 legs, some 4, and some 2? Why did plants go dormant in the winter? How did plants grow from sunlight? Her people knew everything about the things underground, but they knew almost nothing about what was above it. She wanted to learn about the plants and creatures that thrived around their home, but the colony had no use for such skills, so she studied under Teka's guidance, hoping to be useful. Rubbing a spot on the glass, she gazed at the birds fluttering from perch to perch. She loved her life, and she loved her home, but the colony framed everything around keeping the mines prosperous. They had produced a wealth of raw material since the colony's inception over 100 season cycles ago. There was a rhythm to their life together, and work was a foundational piece. Cooking, cleaning, and watching the children were essential to the miners. They lived a simple life, but work was the most important thing for them. Wealth was a thing to acquire, yet they never used it. There was little need for money since they bartered for food and supplies with the valley people below. They were probably sitting on a mountain of foreign money they had no need for. Only the elders knew how much there was. Still, why should she work to increase it more? As head elder, her father was making strides to move away from the mentality of wealth building. He had made it his goal to help improve the lives of the valley people, not just their mountain colony. She admired him for what he was doing, always looking up to him even before her mother died 10 cycles ago. He knew the mines were a means to an end, and that end was not riches. The mines had brought the colony together under one roof. The mines had made them a collective, bringing structure to their individual lives. Her father always made it sound as if keeping the group together was a challenge, but she never saw it. The people were happy, and unlike her, They didn't struggle to perform their tasks. In her eyes, the group didn't need improvement. She had the perfect life laid before her. All she had to do was accept it. So why couldn't she? A knock came from the hallway, and Desupon looked over to see her father standing in the doorway. "Dreaming about outside will not help you change your focus," he said in a serious tone. She stared at the wrinkles around his eyes. His hair had grayed significantly in the last 5 cycles, his frown lines deeper than ever.
Do you wonder what will happen to the creatures when the dust grows?
Tiladon glanced toward the window, at the growing shadow in the sky. "Who says it will continue that long? It is the least of my concerns right now."
But our lives depend on nature. We eat because of nature.
He yawned, never leaving the doorway. "We eat as a result of farmers and our trade with them."
Farms are a part of nature. This is why I want to learn about plants and animals.
She turned back to the window.
There are enough people working in the mines.
Tiladon leaned against the doorframe. "Desupon, it is not about the work. It is about doing it together. I respect your interests, but there is no place for other people in what you want." She blurted, more defensively than she expected.
Because no one wants to learn with me.
"No, that is not it. People already have tasks in the colony. You cannot ask them to stop."
Why not? There could be value in knowing the land. If you knew more about farming, then maybe you could help the valley in more ways.
She could already sense he wanted to be done with the conversation. How many times had they been through this? Redelegating tasks is not as simple as you make it out to be. If you pull one person from their task, it leaves a hole that puts unnecessary pressure on others to fill.
Then let me learn on my own and lead us into something new.
You are too young, and that defeats the point of working together. He rubbed his eyes and grumbled. "I thought I taught you better than this. Why must you do this to me?" She stood.
But how is it different from what you are doing with the valley people?
His voice raised. "It is my job as head elder to move this colony forward, but we cannot function if everyone devises their own task. If I let you pursue a task separate from the group, then who else will come to the elders and say they want something different? Soon enough, no one will perform the necessary jobs. We are strict on this for a reason. This is why we have leadership. Otherwise, the group falls apart." Desupon sat again and watched her hand trace the wood grain on the chest. She would never get what she wanted.
I know.
"Please, just continue your lessons with Teka. You are the last thing I need to worry about right now. I thought I was making progress in developing better ties with the valley people, but I have only made things worse within the colony. At this rate, I will never change the elders' minds. They have no care for outsiders." From behind, Elder Rezem passed Tiladon, not stopping. Her old, raspy voice could not hide her disdain.
"I see you cannot resist the temptation of slandering us with the members."
Her voice trailed off.
"Your daughter is a member."
Tiladon turned away to avoid scowling at the woman. He snapped. "Look what you made me." A child ran past, laughing. Desupon bowed her head, taking the verbal blow.
"I'm sorry, Father."
She knew he was under a lot of stress from the elders, and she didn't need to contribute to it. Every day that her father was head elder, he grew more distant from her. Every day she was more a member and less his daughter. For cycles he had been growing distant. Now he sent a clear message who her family was. The members. "The meal is ready," he said. When Desupon looked up, her father was gone. She looked back at the plume. What would a plume of dust do to a valley that relied on nature to survive? Their colony valued research and problem solving, so why would they not let her learn about the environment around them? She could discover something that would help the colony, if only they would give her a chance. She sighed, finally going into the hallway, leaving the door open. Most of the other bedrooms were open too. They were only ever closed at night or when someone wanted privacy. Partnered couples shared a room, and their children would eventually get their own in the long hallway. Since they lived under the side of the mountain, the miners would dig the hallway longer and add another room at the end. It only took a few days to complete, and the group always celebrated the occasion. For most people, it was a fond memory. For her, it was a sad one. The members had celebrated her room building just like every other. They made sweet pastries and the meal of Desupon's choice. They all celebrated except for her. Leaving her family bedroom and gaining her own room was not a sign of growing up, nor of her growing responsibility in the colony. It was a remembrance of her mother's passing. She still remembered the day that her father and the elders had circled around. He knelt before her while Elder Razem stood behind with hands on her shoulders. Tiladon stared into her eyes and said, "Your mother is not getting better. I do not want you in the room when she goes." She hadn't needed to ask where her mother was going. She was going to die. That was a long time ago now, but it seemed to have set the tone of her life. She was never as excited as the other children. She never played much with them and never really connected with anyone. She would go outside and wander the perimeter of the colony, watching the animals, observing the trees, looking over the valley, and finding contentment. It was the only time she really found pleasure. It also set her apart from the group, which she hated. Crossing the central lobby, she made her way to the dining hall where the members had already gathered, 142 in total. Men, women, children, and the respected generation sat intermingled at the tables. A short line waited at the serving station, and Desupon stood behind them. She received her meal and went to find an open seat. Each table she passed, the conversations were the same. How many times did she overhear the word Plume until she found an empty seat? "Well, it is not much," a man at her table was saying. "It does not matter how much dust there is. What is it?" a woman asked. "Who cares?" Desupon brought a spoonful of mashed, steaming root vegetables to her mouth and blew. "We should, for the sake of the valley." "They can manage on their own," the woman said sourly. "We have helped them enough. If we keep spoon-feeding them like children, they will become reliant on us." Desupon took a bite and let it be. Her father still had a lot of work to do in convincing everyone of the valley's importance. As head elder, if he couldn't easily convince them, then she certainly couldn't. "We will wait to see what the elders say," the man said. They continued to speak as if the plume meant nothing to them, yet they never stopped talking about it. After the meal, Desupon met Teka in the workroom. A large bookcase stood against one wall of the tidy room, a long desk against the other. Along the far wall were cupboards full of miscellaneous containers, samples, and tools Desupon didn't understand. Teka was standing with her mentor, Calic, head geologist of the colony. Although Teka was older than Desupon by 13 cycles, they regarded each other as sisters. They had a friendship that defied the odds of age, a friendship that made others envious of the bond they shared. The woman was her only real friend. Calic was saying, "My meeting with Elder Razem should be short." "Is it in regards to the plume?" Teka asked as Desupon walked up. "I am unsure. She has requested several of the respected generation." Calic grabbed Desupon's shoulders warmly, smiling. The older woman treated everyone as if they were her own children. "It is good to see you studying so fastidiously, young one." Desupon forced a smile. "I must head over now." Calic leaned forward and kissed Desupon on the head, then left the room. Desupon gave Teka an uncertain look. "I guess you did not tell her about my progress." Teka grabbed a book from the bookshelf. "She knows. That is her way of encouraging you." She paused, looking at the book again.
Did you at least finish the chapter I assigned last night? Looking at the ground, Desupon twisted her foot back and forth. There were too many distractions. I have never known anyone to get so distracted by birds. Teka handed her the book. We can go over it together then. It was not that. I kept thinking about the thing across the valley. What is it? When Calic gets back from her meeting, we're going to look through the books. Neither of us know. Come on. We'll take turns reading aloud.
Together they sat at the workbench and Desupon read. It was embarrassing reading from an elementary book, but Teka assured her that even she had started with this same one. It didn't make it any less frustrating relearning all these simple ideas. She refused to admit how much she had forgotten. After a page or two, they would hand off the book so the other person could read aloud. Teka occasionally asked her a question or told her to rephrase a section. She was always bad at that, and when it was Teka's turn, her mind wandered.
Are you listening? Teka asked, looking up from the book.
Desupon shot up from resting her head on the table, staring at nothing.
Yet,
she capitulated, rubbing her temples.
No, it is so stuffy in here. My head always hurts. It makes it hard to think. This is supposed to be a place where you do not get distracted. I know. Maybe we should take a break.
The book closed with a thud, and Teka held her gaze.
It is not too late to take on a different job. But this is where I am needed. I can learn it. I can learn to like it. Well, then we will try again later. I'm going to see if Calic is done with her meeting, then maybe give my report on the mines to the elders. I will get you when I am done.
Desupon left her friend and went to the bedroom to clear her head. Stepping inside, she stared at the chest sitting below the window. She had to grow up. She had to be responsible. Maybe she struggled in her studies because she still hadn't let go of her childhood. Or at least, maybe that was a part of it.
Just do it,
she told herself, walking up to the chest and kneeling. Inside, the dolls all wore stains on their faces, but still had their respective eyes. She collected them in her arms, stopping at the last one. It was the oldest doll, one her mother had kept from her own childhood. If her mother had kept one, couldn't she? But no, little things like this doll would only keep her from growing up. She squeezed her eyes tight and cradled it with the others, then began her slow procession to the playroom. An entire wall was dedicated to bins of toys. It was the one room no one bothered to keep organized, so she laid the dolls in a bin. Better for them to be used than sit in a room for the rest of her life. They might get ruined, and she told herself that was okay. Nothing lasted forever. She went back to her bedroom and made 2 more trips, transferring the blocks, then the figurines, until the only things left were little twigs of wood and other things she had pretended were pickaxes or staffs. A pile of rocks sat in the back corner of the chest. She took the remaining things, cradled them in her shirt, and went back into the hallway. Instead of continuing to the playroom, she stopped at the lobby entrance. From here, their home split into 3 directions, all meeting at this single entrance. Along the right side, built into the slope, the members' bedrooms lined up next to each other. Smooth paving stones covered the floor. To the left were the common rooms, recreation spaces, the playroom, the large kitchen and dining hall, and a small library reserved only for the adults. Opposite the large entrance doors were the mines, where passageways continued deep into the mountain, breaking off in different directions. Large leather sheets lined the walls to dampen the echoes, and 2 oil lamps lit the area from either side. The exit was wide and tall to accommodate mining carts, support beams, or large furniture. Behind her, the entrance to the mines sat quietly, the workers too far underground for the sound to travel up to the living spaces. She went outside into the large staging area. Even the entrance to their underground home was focused around their work.
Desupon took lazy steps as she neared the end of the enclosure housing the minerals and metals to be transported to the valley below. Built into the mountainside, the shadowed area was over 30 paces wide and 15 paces deep. Large wooden crates were stacked 3 high around the space, and stone pillars kept the side of the mountain from collapsing. Above the crates, wooden cranes extended from each pillar to load heavy containers onto flat wagons. Most of the crates were empty. The mountain was a rich conglomerate of elements and compounds. Clean burning oils for lamps, flavor stones as a popular novelty, metals, and more. Its vast wealth more than provided for the colony's simple lifestyle. She looked past the gravel road, at the grassy area looking over the valley. At this elevation, life thrived in its own way. The flowers bloomed smaller than the ones on the valley, but their colors saturated the area. Trees grew lower and wider from those farther down, and the birds made larger nests. The insects buzzed with life, going from flower to flower, sinking their beating wings in a continuous hum that filled the air. Desupon walked into the light of the sun, the mountainside sloping up behind her. Windows lined the bottom of the slope to light the underground rooms. She kicked gravel toward her home. She crossed the gravel road and continued to the thick, high mountain grass. Sitting, she set the twigs and rocks onto the ground, then watched the life around her. This was her joy, seeing everything thrive. Yet, as they thrived here, with the wind to her back, the new trouble fell silently to the valley floor. Her eyes followed cart tracks drawn across newly buried fields. Swerving tracks showed the roads that went from farm to farm. The dust had buried so much in so little time. Would it drown everything, including their mountain home? She followed the tracks until they connected to the small, unusually lifeless town. It was only a few buildings, but it looked emptier than usual. She could distinctly point out the small eatery, the store, and the abandoned tavern. All of it powdered gray, like poisoned snow. The sky was dimmed over half the valley, the clouds disappearing behind the haze. The cool sunset wind had kept the dust from their home, but it was only a matter of time until it would cover them, too. Tomorrow, she might walk out of the mountain into ankle-deep powder. She didn't know. A bird zoomed overhead, chirping wildly, and she watched it land on a distant branch. She wondered what future these unsuspecting creatures would come to if the powder didn't stop. Would they starve slowly as everything around them died, or suffocate as they were buried? More birds hid in the low-growing bushes and fluttered from one to another. A flash of orange and a streak of shining green passed between plants and trees, trailing a whistling song. A small callion spread itself on a boulder, clinging with its 4 skinny-clawed hands to the rock while opening and closing its scales to regulate its body temperature. None of the creatures knew what was happening to the valley below. Another small brown creature scurried out of a hole and looked at Desupon warily, but curious. She held out one of the twigs from her chest of toys, and the creature crept closer. Its little nose twitched, and its furry tail curled into a knot, then loosened again like a spring. Smiling, she twisted the twig in her fingers. The little creature pulled back, unsure what to think about it. Her dolls had used the twig as a cane, and she smiled, imagining the creature striding through the grass on 2 feet, cane in hand. Of course, if it took it, the creature would chew on it. She admired the simple life of the animals, their only concern being basic survival. They weren't bound by expectations, nor did they have to question right or wrong. There were no do's or don'ts to follow. They only had to live. Even the potential deadly plume of dust pouring out of the mountainside brought a certain beautiful destruction with it. She couldn't help but watch the death of the valley in awe. It was an event of unparalleled magnitude for the area, yet it fell in a graceful silence that contrasted with the clamor of her own thoughts. She looked again at the little curly-tailed creature, now only an arm's length away, and she winked at it. It blinked back at her, then scurried into its hole as footsteps crunched through the grass. Teka stepped up from behind and slumped to the ground. "You scared him away, Teka," Desupon said softly, watching the little creature pop its head up from inside its hole. She smiled at her, not knowing if she was still annoyed from her lessons earlier. Teka sighed, disregarding the creature. "We should go back to our lessons, but..." She stared across the valley. Calic was busy with the respected members. And the elders... It is not looking good. They cannot agree on anything. I went at my scheduled time to give my report, but your father was trying to get them to discuss that. She pointed to the plume. What little I heard was more like arguing. The way the elders treat your father now. Desupon only heard news of the colony politics from Teka. Her father never told her anything, even though the strife between elders was obvious. They tried to keep their disagreements behind closed doors, to come to a resolution on their own and not bother the other members. Clearly, that was not working, and the plume was making things worse. Having no part in it, Desupon didn't know what to say. Their disagreements had been going on long before the plume, but she still didn't understand what the problem was. Her father was doing his best, and so were the other elders. Wasn't that enough? There could be a lot of changes coming, Teka said, with everything going on inside, and now this. They watched the silent plume as the wind blew against their backs. "What do you think, Teka?" Desupon leaned against the woman's shoulder affectionately. "What should we do about this?" "I think the dust will be here by tonight when the winds die down. Then we will know. There's little more to do but wait. Do you think anything will survive?" "It depends on how much falls. If too much, then nothing will." Desupon spotted a cart winding up the switchback road and pointed. An umtrawl pulled it up the mountain. "Looks like we have visitors soon." They watched the cart come in and out of view, between forested areas and rock slides. Gravel crunched under the cart's heavy wheels as it pulled up a few paces away and came to a stop. The umtrawl's nostrils flared to nearly the size of fists with every deep breath. Desupon followed Teka to greet their guests, stepping up to the umtrawl and combing her fingers through its short, grayish-blue hair. The bulky creature nudged and nearly toppled her. She smiled, stroking around its ear. "I know you always look forward to this." Her smile faded as she looked up at the two serious figures looming above her. Two men, shadowed by the brims of their hats, looked down at the women with grim expressions. Desupon knew one of them. She regarded the man as he climbed off the cart and circled around the large animal. Vitrin wore a long, thick-skinned jacket despite the warm day. The other man looked her up and down, unimpressed, his face empty and tired. Usually when Vitrin came up to the colony, he was full of smiles and sarcastic quips. He would make distasteful comments without regard to who was listening, often bragging about his drunken escapades. The members frowned upon his typical attitude. Not once had they invited him inside their home. They were concerned that he might influence their impressionable children. However, Desupon didn't think that was fair. He wasn't a bad person, only misguided and ignorant of what was right and wrong. He looked exhausted, not his typical self. Somehow, even his scruffy beard was slick with sweat. His face was powdered, and dust accumulated in the creases of his clothes. Clumps gathered in the corners of his hat. "How are you?" Vitrin asked Desupon in a flat voice. He wiped dust from his beard and gave a small nod to Teka having only seen her in passing. I am well enough, considering the valley is being covered with dust. Desupon still found it strange that some men grew facial hair. The men in her colony never had to shave. Won't be long till you're living in it, the man mumbled, his expression muted. Would you like me to get my father? Yes. As an afterthought, he added, Thank you. She patted the trawl and walked to the staging area, while Teka tried to start a conversation with the men. Neither showed interest, and replied with harumphs. Desupon snickered to herself and left them alone. Passing the crates and pillars, she slipped between the large doors, leading to the underground colony. Tiladon sat at the head of the elders' conference table, rubbing his forehead in agitation. The 4 other elders sat in their respective chairs in the stuffy, windowless room. One of them was saying, Now they will assume we can help with this too. There's no limit to what they might request because of you. Tiladon leaned into his hands and stared at the older man. It was as if he had to repeat himself every day, the same thing over and over and over. How much more of this could he withstand? If they come, then we tell them there's nothing we can do. I've ensured they feel safe to ask. That does not mean we have to say yes every time. But what are we going to do about this stuff coming out of the mountain? Would it not be better if they stopped coming to us at all? We are not here to serve them. He could feel his frustration growing again. His tolerance was getting shorter by the day. No one is serving anyone. It is a partnership. Can we? One-sided devotion is not a partnership, Elder Razem said. She seemed to always find a way to oppose him in every sentence. They feed us, Tiladon exclaimed. Just yesterday he had said those same words. And we pay them well for it. Why are we having this conversation again? Tiladon asked. Because you keep bringing us back to it. Me? Tiladon pointed to the first elder. He assumed they would come. Razem slapped the table. Because of your initiative with the valley, which we do not support. Yet most of the members support the idea. You can ask any one of them. Most? No. Most only tell you what you want to hear. How can you assume that about them? Tiladon clenched his fists together, trying not to shout at her. She had a peculiar way of getting to the heart of his anger. The members listen to the guidance of the elders, Razem said. You confuse them when you try to do things on your own. What message are they getting from us when you say one thing and we go around telling them it is not true? We are not here to serve the valley people. I am building a partnership. Then when the day comes that we need their help, they will offer it. Razem crossed her arms. We do not need them. Not now, but right now they need us. Have you seen it outside? Plus, they do not have the luxury of innovation. They spend their days working to feed themselves, and us. If we improve their way of life, then they can look beyond just keeping themselves alive. So they can waste themselves at the tavern? He knew she was goading him. They closed the tavern in part because of our influence. We said if they stopped drinking so much, then their family lives would improve. And they listened. Elder Sonadel smacked his lips in thought. He was the oldest of the group, all of them older than Tiladon. But it is ingrained in their culture. I am afraid they would turn back to it. Tiladon stood and grabbed the back of his chair, trying to keep himself together. If we always hold back because of fear of what could happen, then we never go anywhere. Razem stared at him. That is beside the point. Tiladon, this is why we are putting together an intercessory council. You never listen to any of us. Tiladon clenched his teeth. Who exactly wasn't listening here? Has it come to that then? You cannot control me yourself, so you will remove me instead? No one said anything about removing you, but if we cannot come to terms, then you will force our hand." "I will force your hand?" Tiladon shouted. "Please." Another elder tried to wave him down to calm himself, but Razem was louder. "The four of us agree with each other, yet you think you alone." A soft knock interrupted her. The door cracked open, and Desupon looked in. The elders turned in unison at the unexpected intrusion. "Yes, what is it?" Tiladon asked. He stopped himself before he turned his anger with the elders onto her. His daughter put on her meekest manner. "Vitrin is here to speak with you." The first elder grumbled. "As I have said, they have come." Tiladon ignored the man and circled around the table, coming to the door, opening it wider. "I will hear him out," he said, assuming he already knew Vitrin's intent. He was quick to leave the small group before they could object, and he followed Desupon outside into the light of day. Vitrin was leaning against the cart as Teka still tried to make conversation. Upon seeing Tiladon, Vitrin stepped up and removed his hat, a trail of dust falling from where it had collected. His greasy hair formed a cone shape. He looked no better with the hat off. "How are you, Vitrin?" Tiladon asked in a serious tone. He kept himself from looking at the plume of dust, keeping his eyes on the man. Desupon and Teka watched from the side. "I'd be lying if I said anything other than piss," Vitrin said. "Nothing against you." "I understand." Tiladon grimaced. "Int" wasn't even a word. Simplifying words to such an extreme might have been common in far towns, but it was completely unused here. If Vitrin were to change his behavior, it would be from Tiladon exemplifying how a man should act. He never accepted bad behavior, and he believed if the members bastardized their words, they would bastardize their ways. Vitrin thumbed at his hat and got to the heart of why he had ventured to see them. "The looks of it aren't good, as I'm sure you know. The plows can't keep up, and any little bit we do is covered up soon as we can clear it. Not sure if you can see it from up here, but we got piles getting too big already. It's got me so worked to the bone, and the others are no different. Makes a man wish the tavern never closed." "Taverns take your time and resources and solve nothing," Tiladon said, crossing his arms. "I don't need your lecture right now. I ain't got friends no more since it closed. Now they're really pissing their pants trying to keep their crops alive. Nobody's gonna see nobody now." "It's better to focus on the family." Tiladon didn't budge, and he realized he might still be exuding his anger from earlier. He had more to say, but stopped himself. He wasn't going to get through to Vitrin this way. "It never ends with you," Vitrin said, rubbing the bridge of his nose in irritation. He was certainly more impatient than normal. "Tell that to my dead wife." No man of the mountain colony would ever use that tone when talking about his wife. "So you finally got confirmation?" The man pursed his lips. "She ain't coming back, so might as well be dead." "And what happens if she does? Will you be able to forgive her?" Vitrin stretched his arm toward the growing plume. "Come back to what? I couldn't keep a chitron alive. Can't do nothing now with this. Look, I didn't come up here so you could tell me how to live my life. We ain't asking for much of you. Me and the others just want to know when it'll end. We can't keep too much of this up, not for long. Just looking for a little hope for once." "What exactly do you think we can do?" Tiladon asked. "Like I said, we want to know the end of this. It can't go on forever, but we're losing hope. The Rains family had been looking for a reason to leave for cycles, and they finally took the chance and hightailed it out of here. Since they ain't coming back, I get their land when this is all over. I got a play in this now. We just want to know if you can go over there and find out how much more it's got." Finally, Tiladon looked over the valley. "This is not an intervention. Unless you got one. When the ground makes a decision like this, there's little a person can do to stop it. But you could figure out its end." Tiladon held himself stiffly. We may be able to determine these things, but I give you no guarantee. Vitrin shrugged and bit his lip.
Looking for one.
I will discuss this with the others, and if we do this, then you will have your answer in 2 suns' time. Vitrin was losing what little demeanor of respect he had. You got sooner in you. Tiladon straightened. This man had no idea of what he was asking. He had no idea of knowing the divisions that would only grow deeper because of this. You will have your answer when it comes to us. With a smack of the lips, Vitrin put his hat back on and turned for the cart. Well, then I'll be seeing you. You know, doing this is more than for us. Those winds ain't gonna spare you much longer. And who's gonna feed you when we run out of food? We will be seeing you, Tiladon said, watching him climb into the cart. The silent man beside Vitrin gave them all a stiff nod and struck the reins. The cart made a wide turn, and the men disappeared behind the trees and down the mountain. When they were out of sight, Tiladon slumped. Father? Desupon asked quietly. What is it? He felt exhausted. Father, I wish to go with the group that you will send to investigate the mountain. Desupon, none of this concerns you. But I would like to help more. You said I should take on a task. I can be a help to the colony, and I wish to help other communities as you do. Let me take this chance to learn the land. Besides, you heard him, we are just as dependent on the food they provide. Tiladon started to the entrance of the colony, taking slower steps. That is very noble, but now is not the time for you to learn such things. Again, his conversations repeated, with the elders and his daughter. How much of his frustration with them was he putting onto her? He tried to hold himself back, tried to keep himself away. I see it differently. There's never been a better time to learn. No one knows what this is, so I can help them discover something new. Teka has been teaching me what she knows already, and this is a good next step for me. Tiladon stopped under the shadow of the large staging area, the crates tucked away on the sides. I will discuss this with the elders, but I will tell them what I have just told you. I do not think this is the time. He left the 2 women, walking along the large stone pillars, and entered the underground colony. He couldn't tell Vitrin that he had every intent to find out what the dust was, and he couldn't tell Desupon how much he hated what he had become. He hated the kind of father he was. But what could he do to fix his relationships while elders kept escalating his anger? If he tried to get close, he would only hurt Desupon more. When would he ever get the chance to be the man he wanted to be? During the evening meal, many people talked about the dust. Desupon ate with Teka and her mentor, listening to them theorize about what it could be. Neither knew. Eventually, Desupon excused herself and went to drop off her dirty dish in the corner of the dining hall. As she turned to leave, Elder Razem approached from behind. Are you free right now? Razem asked. The older woman did not try to seem pleasant, as was usual. She saw one of the other elders waiting at the exit. What is this about? We would like to discuss your request. Are you sending a group across the valley? Razem grabbed her hand and started walking to the exit. Come, the others are waiting. She guided her into the lobby, then to the elder's room. The door squeaked open. Again, her father sat at the helm of the table, and like earlier, he did not look pleased. Please sit, Razem said, pulling a chair out. The girl sat, eyeing Tiladon. Your father told us about your request to investigate the Plume. Is that something you would still like to do? Desupon gripped her hands together under the table. There was an odd sense about the room. She swallowed. Yes. We have considered your request. Considering your transition within the colony, we think this is a good idea. You are sending me with them? That is right. Rezem's lips curled into a smile. Tiladon leaned forward. Desupon, I ask you, do not do this. She frowned. Why would her father speak against the decision even after the group decided? He always complied, even when he disagreed. Tiladon, Rezem sighed irritably. Child, your father does not want you to go, but the 4 older elders think this will be good for you. We want to give you an opportunity to grow. Your father does not see it that way. There are more qualified people to go than her. Tiladon leaned back in his chair again. Your daughter's future within the colony is just as important. It is not always about quality. Besides, the 3 others we are sending will be enough. She turned to Desupon again. This would be a unique learning opportunity. It would show the members the work ethic you have been seemingly lacking. We know every member wishes to show their worth, so we want to help you. Desupon looked back at her father. He was staring at the wall, away from her. The other elders watched. Rezem was right. She needed to prove herself, but she didn't want to disrespect her father either. Her foot twitched as she thought about what to do. She had gotten herself in a peculiar place between the strife of the elders and her father. By not going, she would respect one person, but by going, she would send an important message to all the members. She was valuable to the group. That is what I want, Desupon said. I want to go. Tiladon stood suddenly and walked to the door. Rezem stood straight. Tiladon, this is not about you. The door squeaked open as Tiladon stepped out. He closed the door and left Desupon alone with the 4 other elders. This is the right choice, Rezem assured her. She shuffled the chair under her and sat. There is one more thing we should tell you. Oh? About your father. Oh. Tiladon has been growing more difficult with us. I realize you may have heard rumors, but as his daughter, we thought you should know our side. We do not know what he has told you about us. Desupon shook her head. Nothing. Her heart was pounding. It was true. He hadn't told her anything, but she still didn't want to be viewed as a gossiper or a liar. If they thought her father was slandering them, that would make her an accomplice. He would never do such a thing. As head elder, he must approve many of our decisions, but we cannot operate efficiently when Tiladon is present. The one thing we managed to agree on was to leave the final decision to you. Desupon's face was flushed with nervousness. This was the most direct they had ever talked with her. There was a huge weight to it. And of all the things to talk about, they chose this. She supposed the elders must sometimes disagree, but they would never gossip about each other, nor would they worry the members with their personal quarrels. Now they had presented her with the brunt of the inner circle's problems. No less, the problem, in their eyes, was her closest relation. We thought it important that you hear this from us, because we are not confident in what Tiladon is saying to the other members. He hasn't... She stopped herself, eyes wide as she caught herself talking like someone from the valley. He has said nothing. She sucked her lips in. Had she just used a contraction in her speech with all the elders listening? Rezem continued as if she hadn't noticed. Thank you, Desupon. You are dismissed, but I do encourage you to talk with Peer about tomorrow's investigation. You are leaving very early. Desupon stood, nodding. Okay. She knew it was best to stay silent, but she didn't understand what just happened. Their words were precise, their intentions seemed clear, but something felt wrong about the whole thing. Her father was a good man. Why were they so at odds with him, and him at odds with them? And why did Rezem bring it to her attention in the first place? It didn't matter. Not for her. She hadn't the authority to even question them. The elders all gave sympathetic smiles as they watched her leave. Razem cleared her throat before the door squeaked closed. "And child, watch your tongue." Desupon let the door latch. She tingled with anxiety. She looked around the lobby, not sure what to do. Could she talk about her father with anyone else? Or was that slander, gossip? The least she could do was reconcile with him. Kids ran from one room to another as she passed down the hallway. Coming to her father's bedroom, she knocked on the open door. The window silhouetted him on the edge of the bed. "Desupon, I am tired." A cool breeze blew in through the window. "Do you want to talk?" He stared aimlessly at the desk pressed against the wall. "No. You wanted to be a member and now you are. What more is there to say?" When she didn't immediately answer, he said, She stared at the hammer sitting on his desk. Her mother had given it to him as a gift when Desupon was only an infant. If only she were still alive. Maybe then things would be different. Maybe she could have been a colony member and a family member. "I'm sorry for bothering you." He turned his head toward the window, unmoved by the cold breeze blowing in. Closed the door. She took the handle and let the door separate them. He was growing more distant from her, and she had made it worse. Did she have to sacrifice the love of her father for the love of the group? Apparently, this is what being an adult meant for her. She tried to convince herself that it was right. Teka had watched from her bedroom window as the last light of day faded the plume out of view. When darkness had finally consumed everything, she went into the hall to light a candle. She joined the wicks, then brought the new flame into her room. She placed the candle on a small wooden stand, sat on her bed, and stared at the flickering light. There was nothing left for her to do but wonder. She wondered what would happen with the plume. She wondered what the dust was. And she wondered what the elders would ultimately decide for the colony's future. That was all she could do. Wonder. She had no authority to do anything else. It was up to the elders and her mentor to decide what actions she might take, if any. Teka heard a tap on her door. "Teka?" a soft voice said. She looked over to see Desupon slouching in the hallway. "Hey, come in." The girl closed the door and joined Teka on the bed. Desupon leaned awkwardly against her shoulder. "Why did you close the door?" Teka asked. She wasn't ready to sleep yet, and few people ever closed their door while they were awake. Desupon swallowed. "I need to say something." "What?" "About the elders." Teka furrowed her brow, ready to stop the conversation if it turned into gossip, but she let the girl continue. Desupon explained her summons into the elders' room. She told of her final decision and that her father disapproved of it. "I miss having a father," she said. Teka couldn't think of a good way to comfort her. "He is doing his best. But there's more." Teka's stomach tightened. She could sense where this might go, but she let it continue. Desupon shared about what Razem had said before dismissing her. The girl was clearly distressed, not knowing why the elders told her so much. She asked finally, "Did I make the right choice?" Teka stopped herself. She had thought Desupon's choice to go to the Plume was a good idea, but she reconsidered. The girl's situation was more complicated than traveling on a cart for a day. Now the elders were involved. From what Desupon had said, it sounded as though the elders were trying to keep their problems to themselves. The community rested on everything they said and did. If tensions with Tiladon got out more than they already had, it could be dangerous. Teka only knew about it already because she saw glimpses while giving her reports. Then there was the unknown dust to consider. Desupon's journey was supposed to determine if it was dangerous. But what if they found it unsafe to approach? Did the girl need to take the chance of this being a larger problem than they all thought? Surely she would be safer staying in the mountain. As a final thought, there was Desupon's reputation to consider.
Her going to the Plume would send a much-needed message to the colony that she would be able to contribute,
That she wasn't just being lazy. The girl needed this. In the end, though, the elders had encouraged Desupon to go, so Teka was in no position to speak against it. "This is a risk I think you have to take," Teka finally said. "I know you don't want to disappoint your father, but in the end, the community is more important." Desupon wrapped her arms around Teka and held her. "I knew you would know what I should do." Teka bit her lip. With so much uncertainty inside and outside their home, she wasn't sure what being right meant anymore. Tomorrow, when it was all over, they would know if they had made the right choice or not.
Chapter 2. Depth of the Danger. A soft knock sounded in the darkness of Desupon's bedroom. With heavy eyes, she looked at the wrinkled clothes she had slept in, then looked over to see the dull light of a candle flickering under the door and rubbed her face. Another knock got her out of bed. As she opened the door, Pier held out a cloak and scarf. The man mostly worked in the mines, though sometimes Desupon saw him aiding Teka in the workroom. He looked down at her with a commanding posture. The small flame of his candle whipped light at her squinted eyes. Her hoarse voice resisted waking up.
"Has the dust made it to the mountain?"
He ignored the question. "Did you pack a day bag?" She grabbed a satchel sitting on a small table across from her bed, rubbing the tiredness from her eyes. She had packed enough raw vegetables to last the day. Pier led her to the lobby, then out the large doors into the staging area. A blast of cold air nipped at her nose and sent a bitter shiver down her body. Her cloak practically put itself on, and she held herself to stave off the wicked cold. Two others were adjusting the Umtroll's harness and lighting the lamps on the smaller of the work carts. Both were in their mid-30s, leaving Pier, in his 40s, the eldest of the group. Keenan was a bigger man, and apparently he could tolerate the morning cold since he didn't have a cloak on. Tal was more practical, already wearing hers. Her normal job was to ensure the quality of materials being sent out to the valley for sale. This was a departure from her normal task, but she was just as educated as Teka, if not more so. Wiping a lamp's glass with her fingers, she examined them, then looked over to Desupon. "Morning, Sleepy." She discreetly wiped her hands against her side. Desupon only had the energy to smile. She stared into the dark toward the Plume, but she couldn't see beyond the lamps. From the corner of her eye, she saw Pier point to the back of the cart and get on. Desupon sat beside him, holding a tie-down beam facing backward. Tal and Keenan took the bench seat up front, and Keenan struck the reins, sending the cart crunching down the gravel road. She watched the shadows of trees and watched the starless sky. Were the clouds hiding it, or was it dust? There was dust on the cart, but they were always dirty. Once darkness faded, she would have her answer. Desupon had only been to the valley 6 times that she could count. It was possible that some members had never traveled down the road at all. As she and Pier watched the road behind them, she saw his head turn toward her in the darkness. His voice sounded disconnected from his body. "When we get to the Plume, you do exactly as I say." She nodded, then realized he probably couldn't see. "Of course." "We will not be there long." "A full day of traveling for a few moments of investigation," came Tal's voice from up front. Her voice projected over the squeaking wheels and crunching gravel. Ahead of them, Desupon could see a narrow section of road in the light of the lamps. "It is important to listen," Pierre said. "I do not need you getting in the way."
"What are we looking for?"
Desupon asked. She had barely been briefed the night before. "Nothing." That struck her as odd.
"What do you mean?"
Keenan said, "We all agreed there's probably nothing to see at the Plume. It is a hole in the ground. We will learn more from looking at the dust under the microscope." "We are only going to confirm it is not volcanic." Pierre trailed off. It didn't sound like he wanted to be on this journey. "We all know it is not." They let the sounds of the cart fill the silence. The sun's faint morning light played with Desupon's eyes. The shapes of trees were outlined against the sky. After the next switchback, she could see the valley through a clearing filled only with rocks and grasses. The dawn came as a red veil upon the land. They wound back and forth down the mountain until the slope leveled into a meadow. As the day brightened, they headed farther along the twisting road toward the valley. The road followed a tumbling creek, trees and shrubs hiding it at times. In other sections, it twisted through wild fields and around large boulders. She thought the dust had begun to settle. It wasn't much yet, not here, but it was coming. Just before they reached the main road, she saw Skilliba watching them from the edge of the water, alert. It stood stiff on its 4 legs, head rotating slowly on its tall neck, following them as its mane perked up to look like standing grass. The cart stopped at the main road. One direction went toward town, the other toward farms. The sun had fully risen, yet a gloom swallowed the comfort of the light. Ahead, a hanging sheet of gray powder towered into the sky, encapsulating everything in sight with its mystery. The ground here was noticeably grayer. The air smelled stale. Before moving on, Keenan put his cloak on, and the group put their hoods up. As Desupon watched the massive wall of gray lingering above them, she could see it approaching their mountain. By the day's end, its perpetual dusk would ensnare her home. A fear grew inside her, a fear of the unknown, a fear that this could be the end of the only life she knew. She began to fully realize the calamity of this event. There was no way the valley would survive this. When she looked at the others adjusting their scarves, they showed no signs of fear, as if this were a typical day's journey for them. Did they see the dust as a threat or a nuisance? The cart turned in the direction of the farms. She only hoped they didn't get lost in the murk. Yet, a part of her wished they would. Maybe she shouldn't have come. The others didn't seem to be taking this seriously, but how could she not? It was no longer a plume, but a shroud of death. How could anyone see it any other way? After a turn, the cart headed through wide-spanning hills of grass. The ground blended with the sky. The hills disappeared into the growing grayness. Powder layered the roads, while fields barely showed color through the suffocating gray. First, it was a knuckle's depth, and after several long hills, it was nearly a finger's length. The wheels cut deep tracks through the padded road. Powder swelled in spirals behind, then settled among the tracks. The umtrol at the cart's head cleared its nostrils as its breathing grew harder. For Desupon, the smell brought back a memory from when she was young. An older member had died in bed, and she had snuck into the room while members went to get an old sheet to wrap him. She remembered standing next to the lifeless body, looking at the aged man, his eyes closed. She remembered expecting a putrid smell, but there was none. It smelled empty. Now the absence of an expected smell always reminded her of death. And what was more fitting for the dust than the smell of death? She thought about her place in all of this. Being granted her request to investigate the Plume was a noticeable knock against her father's authority. She wished her involvement didn't complicate matters between the elders, but it did. Perhaps this was not the right thing for her to do. Yet the members expected action from her. Her value to the colony rested on this investigation. She needed to do this, but more and more she realized she didn't want to. She looked over at Pier again, opened her mouth, then hesitated. She didn't want to be a nuisance on this journey. She didn't want to speak out of place, but she wanted to know. "Do you like your job?" Pier gave her a sidelong look and glanced back at the dust. "Yes. Do you?" "I do not have one." "Today you do." "It is nice to be out of the mountain." The eerie landscape grew darker, and she reconsidered the truth of her statement. "I hope the valley will be okay." Pier gave no response. In front, Tal sat on the bench at an angle and looked back. Her eyes looked more sympathetic than Pier's. "Your father has rubbed off on you. He has on much of the younger generation, myself included. The older generation has a hard time sympathizing with the plight of the valley." She glanced at Pier. Though he didn't see her look, Pier knew her intent. He looked irritable. "I am a full 7 cycles older than you, Tal. Hardly a generational gap." "You're old in your ways. Something wrong with that?" Tal faced ahead again. "Well, it has gotten us this far. But how long will it last?" "When change is needed, change will come. We have always been making small changes through the cycle." He nodded toward Desupon. "Your generation will continue that. You will build upon the foundation of those before you." Desupon stared into his serious eyes, accentuated by the cloak and scarf hiding the rest of his face. She believed it was time to expand their lives beyond the confines of the mountain. Maybe she could work closer to her father in building rapport with the valley. Even Teka had suggested it wasn't too late to change jobs. The cart jolted, and the 4 jostled from side to side. Ahead, another cart took shape within the fog. It was parked facing them on the opposite side of the road, and they slowed to pass. The driver jumped off, waving frantically. "Oh, thank the sky!" the woman said, hair jutting out of the scarf wrapped around her head. "Please, can you help me?" Keenan stopped the cart adjacent to hers. Desupon noticed the front wheel had fallen off and now rested against the side. The cart was stacked tall with furniture, crates, and loose household items. "Do you have a spare wheel?" Keenan asked the woman. It is still good. It just fell off. I hardly use it. I didn't think to check before I left." Keenan hesitated and looked back at Pier. "We have more important things to do." Pier crossed his arms. He didn't look at the woman. "No, please, you would doom me." "Maybe we can send someone from down the road," Keenan said. "It won't take long. Please, who better than someone from the mountain colony?" Desupon looked at the woman's clothes, then at her own attire. Their monochrome clothing must have given them away. Everyone in the colony wore the same style of undyed clothes. Even their scarves were different from the woman's, and all the same. The group looked like foreign travelers. To most people, they were foreigners. Keenan looked back at Pier again. "We really should." Pier grumbled and jumped off the cart, still never looking at the valley woman.
He inspected the wheel, then looked at the cart and all its things. You have too much weight. Why do you need this much?
This isn't even all of it. My entire livelihood sits on that cart now. I can't abandon more. The land is retaliating. It wants to kill us all. We are in its death path. After generations, it wants forests again.
Pierre scowled, glaring at the woman. Listen to your own stupidity. If this thing kills everything, no forest can grow.
The land is patient. It always prevails. Every weed always grows back.
What does that have to do with growing a damn forest?
How else would you describe our judgment?
With logic. Ha! The woman started to sound hysterical. Why did we stop for this chitron? Pierre grabbed the wheel in frustration and rolled it away. It carved a path in the dust and flopped with a waft of powder. You are too stupid to even fix your own cart. He went back to his spot and sat next to Desupon again. Desupon watched, unnerved by his escalation. This was not the example they should be setting for the valley. His attitude was unacceptable even on the mountain. She had never seen him like this. The woman looked at Keenan, confused.
What is this?
Keenan finally got off the cart, grasping his hands. I am so sorry. We will help, and you can be on your way. She pointed at Pierre.
If this is the help you bring, I'm not sure I want it after all.
I will help, and they will help. Desupon met the woman's eyes. It was clear she was hesitant to trust any of them now. Keenan waved Desupon off the cart, and Tal followed. He pulled the wheel out of the dust and let Pierre pout on his own. Together, they helped the woman remove items from her cart. The trawl was still bearing much of the cart's weight, so when they lightened the front, they were able to hoist it high enough to get the wheel back on. The three women repacked the vehicle while Keenan secured the wheel. When they were done, the group stood off to the side as the valley woman shuffled through her things. She came out with 4 small loaves of bread. Kindness goes a long way, she said, handing each of them a loaf.
I cooked as much as I could last night. It will go stale before I can eat it.
She held out the last loaf to Pierre, but he ignored her. I am so sorry, Keenan said again. Setting the loaf behind Pierre, she tucked a loose strand of hair under her headscarf.
The end of the world must have a habit of revealing the true person.
Oh, please, Pierre grumbled. Why are we not moving? The group said their parting words, got back on the cart, and continued toward the Plume. Desupon watched the woman climb onto her cart and glance at Pierre.
Don't let this make you forget kindness,
the woman called toward them. She disappeared into the haze. Desupon adjusted her scarf and watched the shallow landscape. 200 paces in either direction, the grayness swallowed everything beyond it. Desupon had no idea where they were.
Are you sure you know where you are going?
She asked Keenan. He adjusted the reins in his hands and nodded, but didn't bother talking.
I am glad he does,
she said to Pierre, trying to lighten the mood. Pierre glanced at her with cold eyes. We would not be here if it was not for your father. Tal spun around. Pierre! The elders knew this was a worthless trip. At least they understand how worthless these people are. But Tiladon has to stick his nose where it does not belong. Desupon held herself away from the man. Who was this? Why would he say these things to her?
That is enough,
Tal shouted.
What has gotten into you?
I'm sick of being told to help these people. All they do is take advantage of us, and her father is the one who instigates it. I have had enough. After this, I am done. I am done.
Fine, good, but stop taking it out on us.
Tal crossed her arms and watched the road.
You can go back to your home and be satisfied with your boring life. I wanted to do this. At least Tiladon is trying something new.
At our expense, Pierre said, looking away from her.
Well, I for one am tired of the elders telling me how to live my life. So think about that, you grump. And I guess you like eating rocks, too, because these worthless people feed your sorry stomach."
Pier said nothing, and they continued in silence. They watched what little of the land they could see. After some time, Keenan tried to break the moroseness of the group, looking back at Desupon. "We are going to a client who lives near the Plume. He exchanges our metals outside the valley. We are hoping he will guide us to the road's end." Desupon avoided looking at Pier beside her.
"When was the last time you were on the other mountains?"
"Never. There's nothing worthwhile on that side of the valley. Even the rocks crumble too easily. It is only good for gravel, and only because it is easy and abundant." Pier grumbled. "Everything over here is worthless." They ignored him. Tal bundled her scarf to keep the powder from getting into her neckline.
"Now this side is trouble altogether."
There was a hint of nervousness in her voice. Keenan nodded. "Nothing can grow in the loose rocks. At least our mountain supports life. There's nothing on this side."
"How do you know if you've never been?"
Desupon asked. "It is a mountain of gravel. Have you ever seen anything live in gravel?" Desupon smiled from under her scarf. She had seen many small creatures burrowed in the roads and hardy plants that grew in almost anything. She wasn't going to say that. Beside the road, they passed a plow with a metal sheet angled to push the dust to one side instead of tilling the soil. Grasses were revealed in a trail of green, disappearing into a gradient of gray as more dust settled. The driver glanced at Desupon, eyes showing through a mere slit of cloth, and gave her a slow nod. She couldn't distinguish any features of the person under the layers of cloak and dust, but she returned a simple wave. As they drew farther away, the person became obscured in the thickened air, then was out of sight. She couldn't help but think how futile the farmer's work was. Even if they could keep the plants from being covered, little light was penetrating into the valley. The area was being overwhelmed with a perpetual gray fog. The landscape changed to rolling hills, and the road wound between slopes. Livestock pawed and nuzzled at the ground to find grass underneath. At one point, when only a fence separated them from the creatures, she could hear the animals wheezing. At another turn, she spotted the shape of a dead chitron covered in dust. She wanted to turn the cart around and demand the farmers put their animals inside, but she knew she could do nothing. That was not her place, nor did they have the enclosures to do so. It would not be long until all those creatures were dead if the dust didn't stop, shelter or not. The sun crawled toward mid-sky, though it was barely visible. The cart finally turned into a narrow roadway. They rounded a small, barren hill and came to a solitary cabin. The tiny structure was barely bigger than her own bedroom, and the roof was only a hand's length above the door. To the side was a pit toilet, built too close to the house to keep away the smell. A large wooden two-story barn set the backdrop of the minuscule structure. Crates full of metal were visible from the open doors. The cart pulled along a circular path and came to a stop. Desupon wasn't sure if they were to get off and approach the house or wait. She had never been to someone's personal home before. She didn't know the proper etiquette when visiting someone else's residence. Those who visited the mountain abided by the colony's customs, or in Vitrin's case, they had no etiquette at all. The front door creaked open, and a stout man came out, grabbing a brimmed hat beside the door and putting it on. He was a stark contrast to the group with their cloaks covered in dust. The man's relatively flat chest rounded to an extruding belly, and he walked with wide steps, his clothes casual and loose. "You certainly are timely people," the man said. He greeted them, introducing himself as Calligrew. "I was with Vitrin before he went up to see ya. Said he planned to get you down here. Didn't expect you on my doorstep, though. I guess you're here to see the Plume." Calligrew went around grabbing each of their hands in greeting. He held his hand out to Pier,
only to have Pier look away. Calligrew rotated to Desupon instead, with an uncomfortable look. She took his hand and watched his carefree attitude return. She thought she might like this man. He showed far more decorum than Vitrin ever did, even in the face of looming danger. "I don't suppose you have room for one more person up on your mountain?" Calligrew asked the two up front. "My spring dried up just yesterday, and I can't live this far out without water. This dust caught me off guard something fierce, and with no spring, I need to make quick accommodations." "We create housing based on need," Pierce said from the back, wiping his shoulder of settled dust. Keenan tried to redeem their reputation of politeness. "We have no extra living quarters. I'm sure you understand." Yes. No expectation on my end. I got family I'll be nagging for a room. Anyhow, we'll water your beast with what water I have left, then you can follow me to the end. It's not much road, and I think you'll be able to make it back yourselves. You'll probably make it up the slope just fine in this cart, too, once the road ends. It's pretty loose and a bit bumpy, but it beats walking. I'll pull up front and we'll head out." Calligrew went to the barn and came out with a bucket of water. He made sure everyone was ready, then brought out his own cart. It was huge in comparison, since he used it for transporting metal. He didn't bother covering up. The group followed behind his trail, down the driveway and back onto the road. What grasses could still be seen grew sparser, the gravel more abundant as they weaved through the low hills. Calligrew only made 2 turns, winding along the narrow roads. Finally, he pulled off to the side and waved them forward, pointing up the hill. They slowed so he could give his last instructions. Calligrew's voice was serious now. He wiped dust from his eyebrows. "This road leads to where we get our gravel. It comes to an end, but you can continue up the slope. It's real gradual most of the way. The source of the dust is to your left from there. At that point, you should be close enough to see it through all this fog." They all nodded and continued past. "The best your work," Calligrew said. "You got a lot of people dependent on you." Desupon watched the man turn his cart around and disappear into the haze. She wished she had interacted with the townspeople more. She had found the man refreshingly different. He was his own person, with his own personality, while she felt pressured to be like everyone else in the colony. Sometimes, when she was feeling rebellious, she would talk to Teka like the townspeople, saying words like can't and hadn't or won't. It wasn't long until the road ended, and the cart continued up the aggregate slope. The group held on with every bump and slide of rocks shifting under them. Keenan was right about the plants. None grew on the mountain. Perhaps there were small ones buried by dust, and maybe she would get the chance to find out. As sight of the plume came into focus behind the thick veil, the reality of Desupon's decision settled in. Fear panged at her chest. The dark mass ahead created a shadowy pillar reaching the sky. The cart crawled forward, coming to a stop some 50 paces away. The slope was gradual here, growing steeper farther up the rocky mountain, past where the plume had decided to spew. She watched the undulating dust in awe. They climbed off the cart and Pier came to her side. "Walk around and look for anything."
"Like what?"
"Anything," he growled. "If you happen to find something actually worth our time, call me." She followed him nearer to the crater. Each step was muted, like snow without its crunch. The plume occasionally moaned like a breeze in the mines. There was a constant whoosh of wind, yet a rustling forest was louder than this. The hole in the ground must have been some 10 to 15 paces wide, at a depth she could only imagine. With careful steps and a cautious gaze, Desupon fanned away from the others, stooping down from time to push dust to the side and observe the rocks underneath. Every few steps, she shot a nervous glance at the plume. listening to the eerie rush of wind. She did a full circle, seeing nothing that stood out. They reconvened at the edge of the crater, where Keenan kneeled and collected a sample of powder. He put the vial back in his pack. "We push closer now," Pierce said, looking into the crater. Tal took a breath, then cleared her throat. Desupon could see her reluctance as she scanned the area around the plume.
"We can create rock slides walking down that slope."
"If you want to go home now, by all means," Pierce said. He stepped away from the crater, encouraging her to leave.
"I'm saying we do this right, Pierre. Obviously, this is not volcanic. There's no heat, no magma, nothing. There's nothing here but a hole. What I am saying is if we want to get closer, we go down with rope. Now is not the time to turn our brains off because you want to be somewhere else."
"You are right. I do not want to be here, but we are here, and I will not allow Tiladon to question whether we did our job right." Pierre went to the cart and tied a rope to it. He came back with the rope taut. "I will lead." Desupon stifled her fear. The others were more experienced than herself, so she put her trust in them. Now was not the time for her to hesitate. She needed to prove her value. She grabbed the rope and followed. First Pierre, then Tal, then Keenan, and finally Desupon proceeded down the slope, rope in hand. Rocks shifted under their feet. Pierre stopped and bent down to inspect the rocks underfoot, but they were all the same. He paused and pointed at the hole. "Do you see where the aggregate ends? The hole bores through solid stone." Through the rushing dust, she could barely see the layers of stone inside the hole. Still, it reassured her that the mountain wasn't entirely loose gravel. Pierre's next step sent a small slide of rocks tumbling toward the hole and over the edge. He halted the group and looked around, as if noticing for the first time how dangerous this was. His grumpiness had completely vanished. "I do not like this." He pointed to Desupon and Keenan. "You two wait at the top. I want to minimize these slides." Though Desupon wanted to prove she wasn't afraid, she did not argue. She followed Keenan back up the slope. They watched the others proceed farther down, the occasional shift of stones sending small slides into the hole. When they were 10 paces from the edge, Pierre stopped and held his hand out to the side, signaling Tal to stop. The surrounding rocks shifted. Uncertainty edged into the group. "Did you feel that?" Pierre hollered up to them. "Earthquake?" Keenan asked. "More localized." Pierre and Tal waited, tense. Tal looked around, shaking her head, assessing the situation. "We are coming up." Keenan bit at his knuckle, watching the two carefully crawl up the slope on all fours. Trepidation came over Desupon as she saw the fear on their faces. Another tremor. They froze. The rocks under their feet slid, sending the two in the crater a few steps closer to the hole. They scrambled for a hold on the rope. Desupon grasped her hands, looking at Keenan as he shuffled uneasily.
"Are we causing these tremors?"
she asked. "We should not have gone in," the man said from behind his knuckle. He wasn't nervous, he was afraid. A larger tremor shook the ground, and the rocks clattered. The two below fell to their stomachs as the rocks rolled and poured into the hole behind them. They clambered to their feet as Keenan grabbed the rope to help pull them up. "Get away from the crater!" Pierce shouted, a trail of rocks sliding behind each step. Another tremor, and Keenan grabbed Desupon's arm, letting go of the rope to pull her away. She watched in horror as the two inside the crater lost their footing again. They frantically clawed at the rope, trying to get higher. Keenan pulled her until the others were out of view. She wanted to shout, "Do something!" but the words caught in her mouth. They ran for the cart, leaving the two behind in the slipping crater. Another tremor sent them both to the ground as their footing left them. She looked back for the others, but they still hadn't made it out. Keenan helped her stand and pulled her toward the cart. The Umtroll fussed, anxious to run. Coming to the cart, he hoisted her onto the back. As he stepped up to take the reins, the ground jolted and Keenan stumbled off. The beast cried, and the cart lunged forward without him. The unsteady gravel mountainside clattered. The rope tightened, then went loose. The frayed end whipped out of the crater. Keenan scrambled after the cart, terror on his face. Desupon watched with wide, horrified eyes as the crater collapsed. Rocks poured into the widened hole. The dust thickened. The entire mountainside slipped and crumbled toward the Plume, a slide that shook the ground with horrendous thunder. She clung to the cart as it bounced and jumped, the runaway creature pulling frantically to get away, the rope whipping wildly behind. Keenan ran after, hollering. He reached an arm out to her, shouting for her to stop the cart. But there was nothing Desupon could do. From the back, she couldn't get to the reins. She could barely hold on. The cart bounced violently from side to side. All she could do was watch as an avalanche of rock chased Keenan down, tripping his legs and burying him in a grave of gravel. He didn't even have time to scream. The Umtroll sped down the hill, rocks tumbling and bouncing past. The cart slid onto the road and the creature took off in a full, uncontrollable run with Desupon clinging for her life.
Chapter 3. A Bigger Problem. Teka sat in the dining hall surrounded by people. Light from the hall cast into the entrance, while lamps lit the back of the large area. It was the middle of the day, and it seemed that no one was working. Even her mentor hadn't assigned her a task, being called into a meeting with the elders. She presumed it was about the Plume, but several other respected members had joined, most unqualified for the subject. And neither she nor Calic had the chance to research what was happening outside. They speculated over last night's meal, but no one knew what this was. Calic always insisted they be on the same page when it came to work, which meant Teka never acted on a new task herself. Her day-to-day responsibilities usually kept her busy enough, but now that Calic was unable to assign her work, she wished for a more independent position. She knew it would never come, though. The colony was structured under firm leadership to keep them productive and united under one communal goal. But why weren't the miners working? None of their leadership was of the respected age, so something felt off. She stood from her table and wandered over to theirs.
It cannot be volcanic,
Nelanek was saying.
This is not a volcanic area.
She was more muscular than several of the men, with her torn-off sleeves showing the definition of her arms. Someone could have hemmed the edges for her, but apparently she didn't care. Yet in ancient times it used to be, a man said.
Thousands, millions of cycles ago, and now...
She snapped her fingers.
Instant activity?
Did you not feel the quake earlier today?
No.
Sola and I both felt it. The man looked over to Sola, sitting quietly at the end. She nodded. Nelanek gave this thought, then upon seeing Teka, asked,
Teka, have you studied it yet?
No. Calic was called in with the elders.
You're not a child. You do not need her permission to do your job.
I was just... She stopped herself. Why couldn't she look closer at the dust without Calic? Would it not be more productive to be able to do this thing on her own?
I do not know what I was thinking. That is typical.
Nelanek rubbed her hands together.
They have trained us not to think for ourselves. We cannot live our own lives without leadership say so.
I would not say that.
You do not have to. You just showed it with your inaction.
Teka looked around, uncomfortable. The man was more affirming than this brutish woman. You are no different from us, Teka. I may not agree with Nelanek all the time, but I cannot relieve myself without asking for permission first. I am almost 40 cycles old. I'm not a young man anymore.
Does that make leadership wrong? Teka asked. What they were saying was near damning to those in leadership positions. Though she wanted to be able to work independently, she didn't go against them. The man looked around, avoiding an answer. Nelanek leaned back. That is the question of the sun. Teka did not like where this was going. This was dangerous talk. Leadership worked hard to keep the group together. She did not want to imagine what undermining it would bring. Yet, maybe they weren't completely wrong. It was not a pleasant thought. Excuse me, I have work to do. Nelanek smirked in triumph. At the hall windows, the colors outside were muted with the dust's taint. She went to the large exit doors to take a sample. Teka, come here, a voice said from behind. She turned to see Calic standing outside the elders' conference room. She approached, curious. Have you found out anything? Calic asked in a whisper. I was waiting for you. I am occupied right now. Can you handle it on your own? Teka pointed back at the doors. I was just about to get a sample. When you find something, report back to the elders. She tried to peek into the room. Is everything okay? Calic hesitated. I do not know. Thank you, Teka. As Calic closed the door, Teka glimpsed at the group inside. Everyone focused on Tiladon, but he wasn't the one speaking. They were discussing the Plume, right? The elders were wise, so she had to trust them. She had to trust them. As she headed back to the exit, Teka couldn't refrain from wondering. Could they rely on the leadership? Did they realize how serious the Plume was? The doubts had been planted. Outside, the overhang had kept the dust away from the entrance. The air was hazy, the smell stale. Nothing moved. A dusting of powder had settled over the grass, the trees, and on the road. She could no longer see the valley. Looking for enough powder to sample, she spotted the little pile that had fallen from Vitrin's hat the day before. She went to it and put several pinches into her hand, trying not to breathe the falling powder. Who knew what it could do to a person's lungs? She headed for the workroom, where the microscope was already set up. The rudimentary device left plenty of room for improvement. While its magnification was strong, its image was blurry through the glass. She hoped the woman who had created it, who lived far from the valley, could improve her design. But most people outside the colony had little interest in supporting creative influencers, not seeing the potential value in their work. A microscope was useless for most people. A farmhand had more value than a woman who didn't contribute to feeding her family. Teka was glad her community was built around the mines. It meant the elders valued other things, which allowed her to work on more unique projects than farming. Teka sprinkled the dust on a small circular glass disc and put it under the lens. She dangled a glow crystal above a candle until it illuminated, then put it under the disc. With some adjustment, the image came into focus as much as the microscope would allow. The powder consisted of geometric structures, squares, hexagons, and complex combinations, all of them pure gray. More surprising was the addition of other colors. There were browns and greens, reddish hues, even little bits of purple. Mixed into the powder were the same materials found within their mountain mines. She looked closer at the tiny particles of a purple crystal, hoping some clue would come from that. Unlike the gray compound, the structure of the crystal was not geometric, though it should have been. Its texture was rough and eroded, even as small as the bit was. She looked at the other elements and found the same erosion, as if something had chemically eaten at them. Teka bit her lip in thought. Was something reacting with all these compounds and elements and combining them into this strange new compound? But what could cause such a reaction? She shifted the microscope plate and studied the dust again, paying close attention to the elements and compounds she could distinguish. Dirt and rock, even metal ores. A chill settled in the room. Inside their mountain was a metal ore special to the valley. It wasn't abundant, but when forged through a complicated process, it was nearly impossible to break or dull. Knives made from it never had to be sharpened. Tools never dented, dulled, or broke. People referred to it as the miracle metal. What concerned her was that even the miracle metal had suffered the same fate, eaten by some reaction that was changing everything into this gray crystalline powder. Her mind reeled. She had never seen anything like this. It seemed that everything reacted with whatever was causing this. And if everything fed a reaction, how long would it continue? Without a known cause, there was no solution. She didn't specialize in chemical reactions. No one did. Still, it would be her responsibility to find the answer. She went to the bookcase on the opposite side of the room and searched all 4 rows of various leather-bound books, all about geology and various research on elemental sciences. One of those books must describe such a reaction. There was no way something like this could exist without someone knowing it. Not on this scale. Starting with the most basic encyclopedia of elements, she flipped through page after page, looking for something to point her in the right direction. One book after another piled up as she read, a tower growing on the floor, and still no clues. When her stomach gurgled, she knew she had to stop. She put down the book in her hand and stood, shaking her head. Nothing should be able to produce this large of a reaction. Nothing. Not with this many elements and compounds. Hopefully, Calic and the elders might have a better answer. She had none. By the looks of the empty hallways, most members had gathered in the dining hall for the evening meal. She suspected the elders would be there too, but as she approached their room off the lobby, she heard the murmurs of conversation. She knocked and opened the door. Inside, Elder Razem stopped herself mid-sentence, seeing Teka look in. She addressed the elders and the 9 other respected members in the small room.
Perhaps we should table the rest of this conversation for tomorrow.
Frustrated and annoyed, Tiladon said, "We do not have time. The valley
people can take care of themselves."
The aged group looked exhausted. They had been talking the whole day, and apparently they still hadn't come to a conclusion. What was it they were deciding? Teka's mentor, Calic, stood from her seat.
Have you found anything, Teka?
Looking around the group, she told them what she had seen. She told them she had no ideas. She shared her concerns, and she asked for their input. They had little to say.
"This is curious indeed,"
Sonadel, the oldest of the elders, said. He was in good health for his age, being the second eldest in the entire colony, but his mobility and balance were poor. He was by far the most wrinkled in the room. Calic came to Teka and put a hand on her shoulder.
"Good work."
"But I hardly found anything," Teka whispered. "I need help." The shadow in Calic's eyes betrayed her exhaustion.
"I do not know how much longer this will go on."
Razem also stood. The others shuffled in their seats.
"We will reflect on your findings and wait until you know more. Report back tomorrow when you have a better idea of what is causing this. It seems this is not an immediate threat."
Teka couldn't keep her brow from furrowing.
"What is your definition of immediate?" "We have stores of food that will last us through a winter. We can weather this through." "What if it grows too deep to travel?" "It has barely begun to fall. We have more pressing issues to worry about right now."
Calic made her way past Teka and left the workroom. The other respected members did the same, all looking defeated. What were they talking about? Teka had to ask the elders who remained in the room. Are you making plans if the powder does not stop? Brazem pushed her chair in and walked up to Teka. Our conversation does not concern you right now. It would be inappropriate for me to discuss it with you prematurely. Come, we will get our meal now. She left the room, leaving Teka to stare at the remaining elders. Tiladon looked at her with a lingering frustration. It does not concern you, Teka. Let that be enough. She looked down. It wasn't enough. How long had leadership kept the members in the dark, deciding their future behind closed doors? How long had it been this way? A lack of transparency. She left before her doubts showed. She wanted to go back and ask Nelinek how long she had known about their leadership problem. She wanted to know how many others felt the same way. But how could she ask without creating gossip and making matters worse? Questioning leadership, whether founded or not, was dangerous for the group. 3 kids ran in from outside, shaking themselves of powder. One boy said, jumping and pointing, "Someone is coming up the road." Is Desupon back with the others? The girl next to him shook her head. It is a farmer's cart. She followed them outside onto the gravel road to see who was coming. The area had grayed significantly since the morning. Few colors showed themselves. The boy ran into the grass, leaving a trail of green footsteps, and pointed down the road. There it is. She walked to his side and looked down the twisting road, obscured by the thickening haze. They watched the cart wind its way up, another trawl trailing behind it. As far as she knew, there was no scheduled pickup, and no one ever came this late in the day. The vehicle wound around the last trees, and she got a clearer view of the trawl tied in the back. She knew this cart. Dustier than before, Vitrin halted the trawl in front of her. Another figure stooped beside him, but it wasn't the same man as last time. Under the gray hood, Desupon looked up, the life gone from her eyes, and Vitrin helped the girl off. As Desupon stumbled into Teka's arms and the kids watched, Elder Sonadel shuffled into the powder from behind.
Where are the others?
His aged voice cracked. Teka held her friend as the girl cried. She looked at Vitrin, imploring him to answer. The unkempt man took his hat off, dust drifting to the ground like it had the day before. His demeanor was respectful, mournful. There's been an accident. He couldn't hold Teka's gaze, looking to Sonadel. The others didn't make it. Sonadel took several uneasy steps, trying to steady himself as his knees nearly buckled from under him. His horrified face quivered as he looked between Vitrin and Desupon.
But it was a simple task.
He sounded out of breath.
How did such a thing happen? How are you still here and the others are not?
Desupon did not look up from Teka's chest. Vitrin shook his head. The old man stumbled up to Desupon and pulled her away from Teka, forcing her to face him. He held the sides of her collar with both weak hands, arms shaking.
What has happened to my granddaughter?
Desupon let out a wail behind clenched teeth. She hid her face and collapsed to her knees at the feet of the elder. Taken aback by his own doing, Sonadel stepped away and stumbled to the ground, landing hard on his hands. He sat slumped as tears dripped down his wrinkled face. Red stained his cheek as he wiped his eyes. Then he stared at his bloodied palms. He gasped for air.
What have we done?
Chapter 4. Born from Tears. Teka sat on Desupon's bed and cried with her. The room's door was kept closed to keep others out, to give the girl a chance to compose herself, and to give time to process the reality that 3 members had died. They could hear the news spread down the hallway as members knocked on doors. Gasps and questions and silence followed. The group had seen Pier, Tal, and Keenan the night before. Now, they would never see them again. The Plume had taken their lives, and Teka wondered how many more it would take. A knock came. Teka stood to answer, then listened to a woman explain about a gathering support group. The members also wanted to know what had happened. Teka turned to Desupon.
Are you ready to speak with them?
The girl's reddened eyes looked up at her. Her head bobbed in a slow nod, and she took a long breath.
I want to see my father, but the group is more important.
Teka took Desupon and followed the woman to the large recreation room. Inside, people were setting up chairs for the meeting. Desupon found a seat, and a small, empathetic group surrounded her with condolences and comfort. Teka stepped to the side and watched, letting the group take the burden. This was what community was for. This was the true reason for membership, coming together in times of need, uniting under one cause, mourning together, and getting through pain together. This was their true strength. One by one, the people gathered in the room, and it grew cramped as the last of the 139 members joined, some standing outside the doorway. The girl's father, Tiladon, worked his way to her, but pulled back as he noticed the group around her. He watched the members console Desupon and said nothing, letting the group do the work. Teka saw some people look to the elders with impatience, wanting them to get the girl talking. But this was a meeting of the people. One woman, overwhelmed by empathy, asked,
Desupon, can you tell us what happened?
The girl took a ragged breath, building up her courage. Somehow, she channeled a confidence she had yet to show since arriving. She told all. The jolting ground, the widening hole, the Umtral running off without the others. The members never interrupted. Most looked at the ground, some cried, some comforted those beside them. People focused themselves around the spouses of the 3 fallen members. Some members displayed more emotions than the spouses of Tal and Keenan, who were keeping themselves composed for now. The people showed their grief in different ways. Desupon told of speeding down the road, clinging to the cart, and said a wheel had cracked and fallen off. The axle dragged on the ground until the Umtral's harness broke free, and it ran off without her. A farmer captured the beast, then traced its steps back to Desupon. Together they found Vitrin, and he brought her back to the mountain, alone. The members let her story linger, while they quietly grieved. Finally, an older man stood. He shuffled to the front and met eyes with Desupon. His voice was endearing, yet mournful. I am sorry this has happened to you. He looked over the crowd. I am deeply saddened for all the families and friends affected by this great loss. We have lost 3 valued members today. Their absence will leave a hole in this community for some time. How might we remember them? Silence returned as the members watched the ground or scanned the room for someone to speak. Teka worried that she should say something, but she had no words. She had worked with those 3 and lived with them. She should have something to say. Their hard work, a teenager said. Good. Yes, they were all committed to this colony through their work. What else? Teka sighed in relief. The others shared the same burden, and she realized she could rely on them to speak for her. This was the community acting as one. This was their strength. Kind-hearted, someone else contributed. A kid wiped her eyes.
Tal always let me cut in line for the meal.
Thank you for sharing, the older man said.
Keenan.
His younger sister's face was red, her eyes glazed.
Keenan was my rock. He always has been.
She swallowed her words.
Had been. When we were young, He always made sure I was included, and he would stop everything to make sure I was okay. He never backed down from a challenge.
He was always reliable, an older woman added. Others agreed.
Japiran, Pier, was invaluable to us in the mines,
a muscular man said. He leaned into his hands and sucked in air, sobbing.
I don't know how we'll ever replace him. He was one of my best friends.
The miner next to him wrapped an arm around his shoulders as the man let his emotions flow. They continued to share about the 3 fallen members, telling stories about them, how they added to the life of the colony. The members cried together. They laughed together. They mourned together. As time passed and the night grew later, emotions calmed and they talked more freely. Though the weight was still there, they shared stories about Pier, Keenan, and Tao.
Do you remember Pier's face when he first saw the Acathiel the traveler brought?
A woman asked. She gave a bittersweet chuckle.
I think he thought it was an illusion at first, pretending to be impressed. And then when he realized it was real...
Others gave breathy laughs, mimicking the face they remembered him making. In the middle of the group, Pier's wife smiled and began to cry into her hands again. That was a good night, a man said, leaning forward in his seat. I always wondered if we would ever see the floating element again. In the ensuing pause, Teka watched the group recollect the night. Many seasons ago, a traveler had made his way up the mountain and sought a resting place for a few nights. In exchange, he told stories about the places he had been. He told of other towns and their cultures, of kingdoms ruled by a single woman or man. He described unclaimed forests and the vast expanse of wildlands, of creatures no one had ever seen. He told of his journey across the Ripple, a series of uncharted mountain ranges where some had claimed to find a tree as tall as a mountain, and he said that he had seen the big tree at the edge of the flatlands. He told of crossing that desolate landscape for days upon days where nothing grew until coming to the Thunder Coast. And he told of thunder cubes pulling together and exploding within the violent waters of the Thunder Ocean. Teka remembered the last night of his stay, when all the members were gathered in silence in the dining hall. He indulged them with one last story, one about a solitary hill extruding from the flatlands. On the edge of the Thunder Coast, the stone around the hill glowed blue in the night, like a trick of the eyes. He was gathering food on the cliff nearby when he found a pebble floating in the air. He said at night, the piece glowed bright blue as it hovered. When he told this story, no one believed him, especially Pier. They had heard multiple accounts of the big tree, but the floating element Acathiel was a myth. No one actually believed it was real. Then the traveler reached into his pack and suspended a single floating pebble above his hand. He brought it into a shadow, and the floating stone glowed blue. Acathiel was real, and he claimed there was an entire hill of it buried on the edge of the Thunder Coast. The last thing he said to an awestruck crowd was, "A hill for miners like yourselves to reap from, not some poor traveler like me." Since that night, through many seasons, the idea of Acathiel was on their minds, but no one ever considered the journey as one they could make. It was too far, too difficult for a people who rarely left their mountain. Yet, as the group sat in the room, mourning the loss of their friends and family, a man said from amidst the lingering silence, "Maybe now is our chance." Others gave him a questioning look. "If we are being forced from our home because of this dust, maybe this is our chance to find the Acathiel and mine it from the ground." Teka watched an unease grow over the group. She heard a man mumble to himself, "Has it come to this already?"
"Are we ready for that, though?"
a woman from the crowd asked. Nelanek proclaimed from a group of miners, "I think we are." Those around her seemed to agree.
No, 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 a respected member said. We are not ready for such a journey. Then when will we be? Nelinak stood. That kind of life is not for us. Us, my favorite word. Perhaps you meant you. This is our home, others started to say. We cannot seriously consider traveling. Can we at least consider it? I like our life. It would be nice to change. Teka tried to think about what she wanted, but she didn't know. If anything, all options should be weighed. They shouldn't disregard an idea before considering the implications, good or bad. And they shouldn't disregard the dust outside. Desupon had said the plume grew bigger, so would it continue to? The members began to consider the uncertainty of their future. What if the powder does not stop falling? How long will we wait while everything around us dies? People looked to the elders to bring order to the conversation. Elder Razem finally stood and addressed the crowd. Do not concern yourselves so much about this. The plume is on the other side of the valley. We should not hasten into fear. With time, we will know what to do. It is too early for a decision to be made, and certainly one should not be made in such an informal manner. Get some rest, everyone. It has been a long night. At that, she left the room. When Razem was gone, Teka heard a man say under his breath, The plume is there, but the dust is here. I do not want to be here. Nelinak still stood, agitated. Well, what do the people want? The crowd hushed as Tiladon rose from his seat. Consider what you want with diligence. We have not reached our last hopes. There may still be a chance to stop this plume if it does not stop on its own. I commit myself to this. Icathiel is a dream. It is a beautiful dream. I will not deny that. But the reality is that our home might be in danger, and we have to face this potential danger. Think of what we have created here, and think of how much more we can do in the valley. We do not have to recreate everything if we can save it. Only if you think it is worth saving, Nelinak said from the side. Teka saw Tiladon straighten slowly, holding himself as a head elder should. I certainly hope you do not mean what I think you are implying. You are fed, you are clothed, and you are in an environment where you can thrive. But if you cannot choose to embrace those things here, what makes you think you can be content somewhere else? Nelinak brushed her hair flat and conceded, saying nothing. Many others looked down at their laps. Teka wondered how many of them were asking the same question. But why wouldn't they want to save the colony? Sure, there was an allure to finding the floating element, but was it worth abandoning everything for? She was comfortable, and unchanging, and stagnant. As Teka looked around, she realized how strong the allure was, even in herself, and she looked down as she felt it tipping the scale of her own decision. Chapter 5. Fallen Leadership. The next morning, Tiladon awoke with the sun. He rolled to his side and stared at the empty space occupying the double bed. Every morning he had the same thought, desperately wishing to have a single bedroom instead of this one. Every morning was a reminder that his wife was gone. How long had it been? 10 season cycles? 11? All he wanted was to feel her warmth wrapped around him. All he wanted was someone to hold him, to experience the touch of another person, to feel their love. Now 3 other members would greet the mornings with the same thought. They too would fear waking to an empty bed. They would fear the nights like he did, staring at an empty bed where their loved ones should be. He never expected he would miss his wife this long. 10 cycles was unreasonable. Why couldn't he move on? Just the other night, he had held back tears as he lay alone. His loneliness ebbed and flowed with life, but in this season, this tumultuous season, his loneliness was strong. His body ached as he rolled out of bed, and he put his feet to the floor. He rubbed his eyes.
How was it that stress made a man more tired than work? Was this the price of leadership? He shook his head as if in denial that daytime had come. Maybe he should stay in bed, force the leaders to beat his door down. Of course, they wouldn't have to since the colony didn't use locks. They could walk right in and tell him he was a terrible head elder. His position had kept him away from the only chance of a close relationship with his daughter. And now she was an adult, a full member. He had wasted her childhood, had ignored her, put his focus on the group. Now she would find her true place without him. He felt like he barely had energy to stand, but he made his way to the small mirror on the wall. It hung above a modest wooden desk with a few papers stacked on its surface alongside an unused miner's hammer. The mirror was a gift from one of the valley people. It was a gesture of thanks for a time he had provided the person's family with more metal than they could afford. He had only given them smelted scraps, but it was the first time he realized the deficit of the valley. It was then that he understood the unique position the mountain colony was in to influence these people. The more he got to know them, the more he realized they needed the colony's help. The poverty mentality of the valley always drove them toward the mountain for more. More metals, more licking stones, more ways to keep their cellars cool. When he helped with one thing, there was always something new being requested. Better plows, better harnesses, better wells. And Tiladon did his best to provide all he could because it was the right thing to do. The colony had established itself not only as a mining colony, but a group that could innovate. They had the mental stamina to solve these unique issues. By working with the people below, he wished to show them that they too could do the same. The valley could thrive just as the mountain, but it had taken his attention away from Desupon. His focus on the valley had cost him his relationship with his daughter, and now it was costing him his leadership. When did helping become a bad thing? He had proved himself the fool, never seeing the consequences of his good intentions. He looked into the small mirror and flattened his hair. It shouldn't be this gray, not at his age. He had held the position of head elder for less time than all others before him, only 5 cycles. The job had drained him of life. How much longer could he go on like this? He changed out of his bedclothes and put on the same attire as everyone else. It was important that no one brought too much attention to themselves. When everyone wore the same thing, there was no unnecessary comparison. Everyone was the same. There was no special relationships. Even partners kept their intimacy a secret. Tiladon yearned for that secret thing he could no longer have. Eyeing the bed, he finally left his room. In the hallway, a few others were already beginning to rise. Most people awoke as the sun rose, and many of the older generation went to bed as it set. Propelled by his need for closeness, he shuffled down the hallway toward Desupon's bedroom. She had been through so much yesterday, and he had yet to check on her. A few doors down, he stopped and held her door handle. Staring at it, he considered his motivations. Were they for her sake, or to stifle his own loneliness? He reconsidered entering. She had witnessed the death of 3 members. The last thing she needed was his own problems. Moreover, it seemed he only got frustrated with her these days. The other members would be a better influence than him. He let go of the handle and headed to the dining hall. Usually the cooks had the meal ready by now. They always awoke before the sunrise. Thinking of food got him thinking of the valley again. All their food came from the valley, and now the land was buried in dust, buried deeper by the day. He tried to remember the last trade of food they had made. Was it recent enough that they'd be prepared for a halt in the supply? Winter was coming, but it hadn't come yet. Would they truly have enough until the dust stopped, and to last them through winter? He would have to make arrangements with outside towns just in case, but it might still be tight. He had to stop the powder from growing deeper. In the lobby, he passed a woman and grabbed her arm lightly to stop her. "May I ask you a favor?"
Check on the 3 spouses to see if they wish to sleep somewhere else now that they are alone." With a sort of curtsy, she said, "Yes, of course." "Thank you." She went down the hallway, and he continued to the dining hall. In the large room, the cooks were moving heavy pots to the serving counters. The room smelled of eggs and root vegetables. Tiladon was thankful to always be able to wake up to a meal. He went to the cooks and asked if he could serve himself before everyone else, and they agreed. Taking a plate of food, he went to the back corner and sat next to a woman reading a book. She had her hair wrapped in a bun. Her face hadn't wrinkled like his, even though she was only a few cycles younger. If it were allowed, he would have tried to court her several cycles ago. She had never been united, but he had. Previously united members were not allowed to do so again, even a widower. "Is that a new one?" Tiladon asked, taking a bite of his breakfast. The woman glanced over the book. She was friendly with him, but he suspected she knew his desires. She was always careful not to get too close. "It is." "Is it any good?" "That is a matter of perspective. Though I am only a quarter of the way through, I found it to be enjoyable." Tiladon made sure to swallow before talking. "Which town is it from?" She checked the front page of the book and the back. "It does not say." "Then maybe one from the smaller ones. I knew you were looking for something different, so I specified in my barter request that more exotic books be purchased." "That might explain why it is used." She flipped to a page that was missing. "I will try harder next time." "That will not be necessary." She went back to reading, and he turned back to his meal. She was trying harder to keep him at an arm's distance, too polite to tell him outright to stay away. He played with his eggs, then finally took another bite. He couldn't even keep any friends these days. Everything had been tainted by his own motives. Everything except his relations with the Valley people. With them, he could do something. With them, he was actually helpful. Interacting with anyone in the colony anymore was exhausting. He found himself wanting to try less and less. It went against everything he believed, but he simply didn't have the stamina. More people shuffled into the dining hall and got their meals. The room filled and the noise grew, but a moroseness lingered over everything. Any laugh came out as a mere chuckle. He watched the people under his leadership and considered whether he had failed them as a leader. Should he do more for them that they couldn't manage on their own? He saw the other elders take their meals to a table closest to the exit. People tried to make conversation with Tiladon at his own table, but his eyes kept going back to the elders. Occasionally, they would shoot glances his way. He tried to focus on the conversation around him, but he couldn't. The other elders left together after finishing their meal. They hardly interacted with anyone outside the elder circle anymore. Even though they always seemed to distance themselves, they were still regarded as the wisest of the respected generation. Sometimes Tiladon thought that just meant they were old. Some 5 cycles ago, they had elected him as the head elder to usher in the next generation. He was too young to be respected, but they framed his election around the idea of taking the colony in new directions. And that is exactly what he did. Now, the elders hated him for it. It was as if the elders expected him to submit to their complete molding of who he should be, to be their puppet. To their surprise, he took the position of authority seriously, and they were stuck with him. Why make him head elder and not expect him to lead? Now they had gathered a temporary group consisting of 9 respected members. An intercessory council, they had told him, to reconcile the growing tension between him and the controlling elders, or a way to fix their mistake, to take back control. From another table, a respected man walked up to Tiladon and looked at his unfinished plate. Cam was a part of the new council. He was cordial and always seemed to avoid conflict any chance he could. He didn't know a thing about counseling. He usually avoided that, too. How many of the others in this so-called council were the same, eager to go back to their unassuming lives? Cam clasped his hands in a sign of regard. The Intercessory Council and I have requested to talk with the elders alone. When we are ready, I will come get you. Tiladon nodded. He said under his breath when the older man left, "Just let this be over." He poked at his uneaten eggs, then let his fork clatter on the metal plate. The members dispersed to perform their daily jobs, yet many of the miners sat and talked. He strained to hear what they said. "We are well enough to make the walk," a woman was saying. "And there are plenty of towns in between. We would not need to keep a fast pace. We could take our time." "We would need the time to learn the land," a man said. Tiladon turned an ear to hear them better. "The wagons would get us most of the way. But we should not overly rely on wagons. We would have to walk through the ripple." Ah, yes, still talking about traveling across the untraversable lands to get a cathial. A man asked, "And the elderly?" "We will not be long. Find a town to take them in while we are getting the acathial." Tiladon rubbed his eyes. The young were always dreamers, always thinking about quests across great distances like that of a traveler. Had any of them ever left the valley? No. They had grand delusions indeed. But let them have their dreams so long as they did their work. Dreams were all it would ever be. Life did not allow for ambitions. He couldn't even help the valley without pushback. This group would never be allowed a quest for a cathial. The elders, would keep them focused on a plan that didn't involve separation. Eventually, he threw out his half-eaten meal and gave the plate to the cooks. On his way out, the miners watched him. Nelinek asked from the group, sounding sour.
"Are the elders deciding our fate?"
"Something like that," he mumbled and went into the hall. On any sunny day, the hot stone of the wall would radiate heat coming from the windows, but with the sun barely visible behind the powder, the colony sat cold. All he wanted was to think of a way to stop the plume, but with his state of mind, he couldn't focus on anything. Any good leader could have focused despite adversity, yet all he wanted to do was sleep. Unsure when the respected members and the elders would call him in, he knew sleep was not an option. If they caught him in bed, he'd lose any respect he might still have. Since he couldn't go outside like Desupon always enjoyed, he went into the mines instead. The gradual slope led him deeper into the ground. The lobby walls were smooth, but farther in, bulges jutted from the stone. Lamps resting in niches cut into the walls lit the wide tunnel. Another light came from the entrance to the miners' workroom. Inside, tools hung on the walls to the right, and large carts lined to the left. Personal cubbies lined the opposite side. Benches sat in the middle of the room. Neminak, a leader within the mines, was removing her overcoat. She worked alongside her husband, Sobo, overseeing the different teams. Both were a few cycles younger than Tiladon, but nearly 50 cycles old, she still looked incredibly fit. He remembered a time when she was unmatched at arm wrestling. Now the woman never accepted the challenge, yet she could still beat him. Her younger sister, Nelinek, currently held the title of unofficial champion. It was always in good fun, usually to show off to the children. Neminak looked over from the cubbies, straightened, and stopped, surprised to see him.
"Tiladon,
Tiladon wandered into the room.
can I help you with something?"
He glanced at her, noticing she seemed nervous. The empty carts, the empty benches, no sounds coming from the mines. Why were all the miners in the dining hall? He found that he wasn't too tired to explore his curiosity. What is going on here? Neminak folded her coat, tucking it into the cubby in front of her. Then she let out a deep sigh.
"We're assessing the sites."
Has something come up?
"No. Well,
Nemenak was not one to lack confidence. Her whole family was strong-willed. But she displayed something he had never seen from her: hesitation. She turned suddenly. "It is my sister." She crossed her arms, almost writhing with discomfort. "She is trouble. She is always speaking against me and Sobo." "That is nothing new." "This is different, Tiladon. She has it in her mind that we are trying to take advantage of her. Sobo thinks it is because of the powder outside, but this has been building up for longer. He decided to assess the sites to give them time to clear their heads, but them? She has put these lies into all of their heads." For a moment, Tiladon forgot about his own misery. "Why have you not brought this to the elders?" "We did. You said to wait until you were ready." He didn't remember that request. How long ago was that? 6 suns ago. He tried to remember that interaction, but all he could think of was the endless meetings with the elders. "I'm sorry, I do not remember that." Nemenak held her hands out, but her tone was hardly submissive. "Tiladon, what are you going to do about this?" He looked toward the hall. "I'm not sure there's anything I can do." "You are head elder. You can do whatever you want." "I cannot, and I never could have." "Well, do something. You have to make an example of my sister because she defies me time after time." "I am afraid it is too late for that." Nemenak stood bewildered. "What kind of leader are you?" Tiladon headed for the exit. He felt his frustration rising again. "There are things going on now that are beyond your knowing. Soon you will understand." "What? Do not walk away from me like this." He kept walking back to the lobby, faster as he drew farther away, clenching his hands. Was he mad at her or mad at the elders? "Tiladon!" Nemenak shouted up to him. "What kind of man are you? You coward!" Slowing at the lobby, he saw Cam come from a hallway. "There you are. We are ready for you now." Tiladon buried his face into his hands and took several deep breaths. A gentle hand came to his shoulder. "Are you ready?" Cam asked. Tiladon looked up, straightened, and prepared himself. Cam opened the door to the elders' room and revealed a group sitting around the conference table, the aged council sitting among the elders, all of them older than Tiladon. Among them, Elder Sonadel was missing, handling the news of his granddaughter's death poorly. Tiladon knew something of that pain. He entered, but did not sit in the remaining seat. Cam motioned to the chair, but Tiladon shook his head. "I wish to stand." The man took his place, and the group stared at Tiladon. "I suppose," Cam started, clearing his throat, "we will jump right in." He gave Tiladon a sympathetic look. "It is with a heavy heart that I must tell you, effective immediately, you are stripped of your title as head elder. The council has weighed the views of all the elders and have concluded that your focus is no longer on leading this colony. We think it is best for everyone that we appoint new leadership in your place." Tiladon bowed his head. He had tried to defend himself up to this point, but with the council backing the decision, he had no authority to argue anymore. All because he put more focus on the valley. Or was it simply because they couldn't control his every decision? No one had ever been removed from the position of head elder. They had either stepped down because of their age or died. It seemed now that he had overcome great odds by keeping the position this long, stacked against his election in the first place. Those odds had now caught up to him. He had failed. He swallowed and mumbled, "And what of my relations with the Valley people?" Cam looked at the others. "We have decided that you will continue your affiliation with the Valley community, but you will be subject to the elders. All communication must be submitted to them." "And what of the dust? Will we help them understand it and stop it?" Razem looked smug from across the table. "This is still to be decided." Tiladon took a heavy breath. "I will not go back on my word. I will help them." "That is no longer for you to decide." He was a mess of conflicting emotions, but he knew he had to defend those helpless people, even though his own world was crashing down on him. Then hear my plea. We have always been an example to them. In this moment of great trial, now is the time for us to shine and show them what true community means. One of the other elders said, "Your assessment has been heard and will be considered." Already they treated him as if his previous influence meant nothing. "Do not punish these people because of my failings. I submit myself to the will of the council and the elders, but do not deny the valley the aid they require." Cam addressed the group. "If it is okay with the elders, I would like to include the intercessory council in that conversation. Since this has been a passion of Tiladon's, I think it is appropriate that we also weigh his final request with the group." He turned back to Tiladon. "Do you have anything more to say?" Tiladon stared at his feet. "No." "Then you are dismissed." He exited the room and closed the door behind him. He watched the entrance to the mines, his mind blank. Very soon, the elders would announce the removal of his status. Soon, he would have to face the members and bear his shame publicly. He thought about his loneliness and about his lonely bed and thought that maybe, after all, he would sleep the day away. As he stepped into his bedroom again, however, he looked at the desk with the hammer standing upright on it. He went over to pick it up, stroking the words his wife had carved into its handle. "You are my rock." Something inside him swelled. Was it anger or something more? He gripped the handle, teeth clenched. Without thinking, he stormed out of his bedroom, leaving the door ajar, heading back toward the elder's room. He didn't stop at the door, but continued past, to the mines, past the workroom, and down the lonely corridor. When everything was silent, all telltale of his misdeeds out of earshot, he swung the hammer. It clashed with the stone and sent pieces to the floor. Again he beat the wall, feeling the engraving in his tight grip. He had never used it before. "If I was your rock," he shouted, continually flailing at the wall, "why give me a hammer to break it?" Swing after swing, rocks fell to the floor. A large chunk loosened, and he beat at it until it finally gave way. He stopped, panting, to pick it up. Turning the piece around, he revealed a licking stone with pressure marks surrounding it. A simple sign that it was worthless. He put his tongue to it nonetheless and immediately spat the horrible taste out of his mouth. Dropping it, he lowered himself to the floor, leaning against the uneven wall of the mine. "I have done all I can, but it is never enough." He wasn't fit for the position of head elder. He wasn't fit to be a miner. He wasn't fit to be a father. What would he be then, but worthless?
Chapter 6. Waiting in a Time of Action. A noise from down the hallway startled Teka awake. She looked up, a wrinkled book page stuck to her cheek. The candle beside her had burned out and shadows swallowed the room. She ignored the crumpled page because it was just another waste of time. She had nothing to bring the elders yesterday, and today she had no plans to even see them, only if she found something. Closing the book, she rubbed her eyes and looked around for the source of the noise. Light from the hallways told her it was already morning. She had no idea how long she had been awake during the night. "What is this?" a sharp voice shouted from the hall. "Did you think you could get away with this?" Teka stood alert, then rushed to the hallway. Down the lobby, she saw Elder Rizem holding a sheet of paper toward Nelanek. Others began to move toward the commotion, pushing closer. Teka took careful steps toward the two women. Rizem read from the paper. "You did this. You imply that the dust is our fault?" Nelanek slicked her hair back in annoyance. "Oh, you are so dense." She held 3 fingers to Rizem's face. "You are responsible for 3 lives. Have you no regret for what you have done? Tal volunteered for the position,
and so did the girl. Desupon? No way she did. And what about Pierre? He complained to me about being told to go. I know members are just tools to you, but he was my friend, Razem.
Razem was a short woman, but she was not an elder to openly speak against.
Yet he went willingly. Willingly? Like he had a choice. None of us have a choice. Their deaths are on you.
Razem held up the paper.
You make public, unfounded accusations. Now you try to spread lies and defame us. This, Nelanak, is unacceptable behavior.
Nelanak leaned closer, mocking her.
Oh, and what are you going to do? I'm shaking.
Razem looked around the gathering group.
From now on, no one is to communicate with Nelanak. Indefinitely.
She turned back to the woman.
If lies are all you have to say, then we will strip your voice from you.
Nelanak feigned cowardice.
Oh, Razem, no, not my precious voice.
She paused.
I still have my voice. It is theirs you just tried to take.
Razem said louder.
No one may talk with Nelanak. You may not communicate in any way. I do not want anyone to even look at her.
She pointed to another woman.
Tell everyone what I have said.
Nelanak spun toward the crowd.
You do not exist.
Stiffening, Nelanak rotated on her heel.
For someone who does not exist, I certainly have a lot to say.
She showed Razem her shoulder, then left through the crowd. The elder held the paper up to the crowd again. The words, "You did this," scrawled onto it. Her voice cracked.
Do not think this does not hurt me. We mourn with you, more so because of our responsibility. What happened should not have happened, but it did. We will move on like we always have.
She crumpled the paper and disappeared back into the elder's room. The small crowd looked at each other. Just move on? A man wondered aloud, then pushed through the group. Others followed, dispersing back to their jobs. The remaining people watched the ground in thought.
What are we going to do?
A woman asked, too afraid to ask the elders.
I put a sheet over my window not to see outside anymore.
A man rubbed the bridge of his nose. Wait for the elders' decision. They are under a lot of pressure right now. We need to give them time and patience. You would want the same if you were deciding our future. The woman conceded, and the rest of the group dispersed. Teka scratched behind her ear. What had just happened? That was one of the most public arguments she had ever seen, with an elder no less. She shook her head and went to check on Desupon. The girl's door was one of the few closed, and she tapped to warn she was entering. Inside, Desupon was curled in a tight ball under loose bedsheets, and she never looked up. Teka sat on the bed next to her friend, placing her hand on her. Her hand rose and fell with the girl's breaths. Another commotion came from the hallway. Someone running, grunting, and jumping. Wild flittering streaked past the door, followed by quick footsteps. She heard a thump and the shrill of a bird. More footsteps ran up to the noise.
What do we do with it?
Put it back outside.
Have you seen it out there? There's nowhere for it to go.
The steps left down the hallway. The shrills grew distant. She listened to their breaths again, watched the motionless girl, and felt her warmth on her hand. Teka tucked Desupon's hair to the side so she could see her face.
We will make it through this. You have your father's strength.
She combed the hair around the girl's ear.
Do you want to get some food?
She didn't answer, so Teka pulled away.
We should get something to eat.
She got up, and Desupon complied, watching the floor. She didn't bother changing into her day clothes, and Teka didn't insist. On the way to the dining hall, they avoided looking out the windows and the trouble falling outside. The serving lines had dwindled to a few people with everyone else already seated. Teka saw no elders. They took their meals and chose one of the empty tables. Teka ate in silence while Desupon stared at her plate. People finished their meals and left for their daily tasks, though none looked thrilled to start work. Teka heard a scuffle coming from the pantry and looked over. "You need to get out," a man was saying. Nelinek stepped backward out of the entryway. "All you have to do is tell me how much is there." "Why do you need to know?" "We have every right to know how much food is stored." "I will get in trouble if I talk to you." Nelinek took a step forward, but the man pushed her farther into the dining hall. "I cannot afford to have you go back and mess it up. We have almost every meal planned and organized." "Oh, for how many days?" The man took his dirty apron off. He shoved it toward the woman and walked past her. "Nelinek, just leave me alone." "I'm going to look." Fine. Just do not touch anything." Nelinek threw the apron on the floor and disappeared into the pantry. Their seasonal food supply was stored in a room farther back. Teka's eyes kept wandering back to the pantry, waiting for Nelinek to return. Desupon kept her head on the table, her plate of food untouched. Finally, the woman strode out and looked toward the miner's table. "There is no way that will last us through autumn and winter." "Well, what are we going to do?" a man asked as she sat. Nelinek picked up a fork and stroked the tines. "The elders cannot ignore us forever. I want to know what they will actually say. How many suns have they been meeting in there?" I hate to break it to you, but they were at this before the dust." "Are they even making plans for us to leave?" Multiple miners shrugged. Nelinek looked at Teka and waved her over. "Teka, come here." Teka scratched at her ear, looking around the room. She wasn't allowed to talk with the woman. The miners obviously didn't care, and few others remained in the room. She glanced at Nelinek and gave in. "What was Kalik doing with the elders?" Nelinek asked, crossing her arms as Teka came up to the group. Teka shifted, still debating whether she should turn away. Besides, her mentor was close-lipped about the meeting. "I don't know." Nelinek spat a laugh. "Ha! I like you, Teka. There's some rebellion in you after all." "Nelinek, The brutish woman shook her head. "I know you saw that with Razem. This is not the first time she has tried the silent treatment on people. No one else cares. Forget about it. Be better than her." "I'm so sick of old people," someone else said from the side. Nelinek was getting bolder with her words. "They think they are so much wiser than us. And what of the powder?" Teka eyed Desupon. The girl hadn't moved. "I do not know anything about that. What do you think we should do? Should we wait for them?" Teka didn't hesitate in saying yes. She hadn't truly thought about whether she believed it. "Okay." Nelinek pointed at Teka. "I will follow your lead. I will wait because you decided it. See, we do not need leadership to decide everything for us. I just let you decide." Teka swallowed. "Okay. Can I go eat now?" "Are you asking for my permission?" "No." She took that as a sign she could go, and did. Teka rejoined Desupon and insisted the girl eat something. She avoided looking back at the group, afraid by how much she was starting to agree with them. As the atmosphere outside grew worse, so did the atmosphere in the colony. Unease settled around the dining hall during the evening meal. People ate slower, whispered among themselves, and said less. A woman cried in the corner while members tried to console her. She hid her tears from those watching.
I am so afraid.
It is just dust, a man said, trying to calm her nerves. But it wasn't just dust, and no one believed his shallow reasoning. It was clear he didn't either. Across the room, Nelanek strode toward the crying woman. Teka braced for the worst as she watched Nelanek part the people around her. She held the woman by the shoulders. Teka feared she'd start shaking, but Nelanek's voice was surprisingly gentle.
We are all afraid of what is happening outside. But you know, there's something you can do.
The woman looked up, her eyes red.
What? Start packing.
Nelanek turned to the crowd.
Why do we subject ourselves to fear when it is in our power to do something?
She went back to her table and let the room think about her words. When was leadership going to announce their decision? When would they show their faces and say anything? When would they give the group some sense of hope? They needed something. The group went to their beds, burdened by their growing fears. A silence like that outside filled the hallways. All night, Teka tossed, wondering how she could get comfortable when so much was happening outside. Finally, she got up to get a drink. In the hallway, she noticed a light from under the door next to her room. She took the handle with care and peeked inside. Her sister, Mum, sat at a desk, a candle by her side, focused on a sketch she was drawing. Teka crept up and looked over her shoulder. Mum said nothing of her intrusion.
Can't sleep?
Teka whispered. Mum looked up and showed her the sketch. On the page, a tree stood tall, mountains as its backdrop. She had drawn the bark in detail, drawn every rock, and shaped every cloud. It must have taken all night.
Is that the big tree?
Mum nodded. She was never one to say much, and they hadn't talked in quite a while. They weren't close, not that they didn't get along. There were just plenty of other people they enjoyed more. But her sister was like Desupon, and that she kept to herself more than others. Teka stared at the tree, wondering how accurate the drawing actually was. Few people in the world had ever seen it. None from their colony.
Have you thought about leaving?
Mum took the paper back.
What choice do we have?
Teka felt her chest tighten. Mum was only a few cycles older, yet somehow every word from her felt like that of an elder's. She was always so direct and so accurate. Teka put a hand on her shoulder.
You should sleep. So should you.
She snickered at the thought of trying to sleep again.
I'm thirsty.
The next morning, Teka shuffled toward the dining hall, but stopped at the entrance. Curious, she cracked the door open and went outside to see the dust. She stopped at the edge of the staging area, looking over the silent landscape. There were no birds, no insects, no animals at all. The few visible trees sagged with weight, the grasses unseen. The air was scentless. She reached down and scooped the fine powder, cascading it from her palm, then measured it. It was already a hand's length deep, just over 4 days, and no signs of stopping, no reason to think it would. She wiped her hand and went back inside for her meal. The dining hall sat silent, though it was nearly full of people. They were eager to gather, but not eager to speak. As she entered, she eyed the table nearest the entrance, then leaned toward them.
Did I miss the elders?
One of the men shuffled his food around on his plate.
They never came in.
Teka looked back at the crowd. The whole room wallowed in their fears.
This is not right,
Teka said. She couldn't watch her community get worse. She thought about what Nelanek had told the crying woman the other day.
Then she sat at the end of the bench to join the table. Have any of you thought about what Nelanek has been saying? About what? A woman asked. About making a decision for ourselves. The group avoided answering. What if she is right? Should we not be preparing?
But what if the hole collapsed and filled itself?
The man asked.
Why are we assuming Desupon saw the plume grow bigger and not put itself out?
I think it would be clear outside if that were the case.
Where would we go?
I do not know. Anywhere. I know. She thought about what she was about to say. I know someone mentioned a Cathiel.
Travel to the flatlands?
The man looked surprised, but she watched his expression change to consideration.
It would be better than this.
I do not care where we go, another woman said, so long as we go. Teka leaned in. I may not agree with Nelanak's actions, but I think she speaks a lot of truth. We need to do something. Maybe we can be strong without leadership telling us what to do. You sound like Nelanak. Teka felt herself getting caught up in this thing she had started. Think about it. What if we prepare ahead of the Elder's decision? What is it going to hurt? The others looked among themselves, and a woman said, I imagine there is a considerable list of things to do before we leave. It would keep my mind off the dust, at least. She hadn't had any intention of going into this conversation, but now excitement grew in Teka. When was the last time she felt thrilled to do something? She embraced it. Yes, see, we can be productive and not be violent like Nelanak. Maybe we can do this right. There was a hop in her step as she went over to the miner's table. If she could focus Nelanak better, maybe the members could take individual responsibility in a positive way. Nelanak watched her with suspicious eyes as she squeezed onto the bench. I'm starting to think you have taken a liking to us, Nelanak said. I have something to say, actually. Nelanak held her hand up to stop Teka. Wait, I think you should hear what he has to say first. She pointed to one of the miners. I saw Tiladon this morning, the man said. So? Teka didn't understand why that would be important. And now his bedroom door is closed. Do you think he is in there? The entire table mumbled or nodded that they had already agreed he was. They weren't a very trusting group. Teka knew she needed to bridge the gap between the miners and her new plan. So, can we all agree that something is wrong? It seemed the group had already decided that, too. That something is leadership, a man said. The group bobbed in unanimous agreement. But maybe we can correct that wrong and do the right thing? Maybe we should start preparing to leave? Teka asked. Nelanak leaned forward. It seems that you finally realize what we have been seeing for a long time. Teka gave her a sidelong glance. I am not convinced we are in agreement on everything, but I think it is clear that we will have to leave. Nelanak pointed to another man at the corner of the table. Tell her what we were discussing earlier. The man stood at the end of the table now that he had an audience. He addressed Teka. Remember when the traveler came? A woman quipped to the side. No. He scrunched his nose at her. Before he left, he let me dial in a power crystal for a Cathiel. Teka pieced this together. Power crystals vibrated at a specific frequency when near different elements and compounds. The closer to an element it was, the greater the vibrations, minuscule as they were. The more of the element that was around, the greater the vibrations. And so the colony had built detectors that could read the intensity of a set frequency. Are you saying that you can get a reading on your detector? I thought, what if we ever did go? The only thing I would lose was a notch on my detector's knob. So what was one less spot on my spare device? So we would actually know if we found a Cathiel?
The man looked proud. That is exactly what I am saying, yes.
We are not the only ones talking about Icathiel, Nelanak said. But everyone else is just musing. No one seriously considers it, but we should be.
Teka, too, had been thinking about the floating element. Life in the mountain was growing stale. They needed something new.
It is an interesting idea.
Nelanak looked shocked.
Who is this woman? Teka, are you serious?
Yes? Well,
Teka faltered.
maybe. Okay, I'm not totally convinced we should get Icathiel, but I do know what is going on here. Look at everyone. It looks like death in here. We need to focus on something positive.
Teka cringed, trying to think of what else to say. There were so many things she was unsure of. With everything happening, her whole life was one big uncertainty. She didn't know what the plume was. She didn't know how dangerous it could be. She didn't know whether staying or leaving was the right choice. She didn't know whether waiting for the elders was the best thing to do, or if they should make plans on their own. But she realized that she needed to choose a side simply not to be stagnant any longer.
I think the dust is not going to stop,
Teka blurted.
I think it will kill everything in the valley, us included, if we do not leave. I think if we wait too long, the dust will be too deep to travel through. We need to prepare right now so when the elders decide where we are going, we will be ready.
She hoped Nelanak would be excited by her sudden stance, but the woman just watched.
What if you do not like their answer? Then we go to the Icathiel.
Teka caught her breath. She didn't fully believe what she had just said, but how else was she going to get Nelanak to cooperate?
Okay.
Nelanak leaned onto the table.
What do we need then?
Prepare the carts, someone said.
Get the food ready.
How many pickaxes do you think we need?
We cannot take pots across the flatlands, so we need to plan our meals accordingly.
Teka faltered again. The group was already taking over. This was already getting way beyond her.
Maybe.
We can gather any missing goods in the last town.
Maybe they will take us in,
Teka suggested. Other towns cannot handle such a large influx of people. Admit it, we will be sleeping outside for a long time.
Until we can dig a new home, maybe on the hill itself.
The hill? Of Icathiel? Teka crossed her arms and started to retreat from the conversation. They needed to focus on survival, not mining. And just because the group needed to leave didn't mean they had to travel across the world for some rare element. Who knew where they would end up? Keeping the miners focused was going to be harder than she thought.
Excuse me,
Teka said to the group, but no one was listening. They leaned in closer as Teka left the table, whispering about what the group might be like without elders. She went back to the hallway. With a start, she quickened her pace as she remembered Desupon. Knocking on the girl's door, she looked in and saw her laying in bed.
Hey, are you going to get up?
Desupon twisted under her covers and hid her head. Teka went over and knelt by the bed.
It sounds like we are going to start preparing our things. If you want something to do today.
The sheet slipped off the girl's face and Desupon stared at Teka. Teka remembered when Desupon's mother had died. She had that same expression for a whole season. That was about the time Teka started paying the young girl more attention because she felt sorry for her.
It will not always be like this,
Teka said. Desupon had made it through eventually. But with so much more going on in the colony, what lasting effects would this have on the girl? What more was going to change because of this dust? What would Nelanak do if Teka couldn't sway this new initiative in a positive way? As the day progressed, Nelanak went around to people individually, whispering among them. She spoke to the cooks while they were preparing the meals. She told the cleaners and informed the smaller research team of everything going on. It seemed that everyone knew preparations were being made. One woman made quick work of creating satchels and bags for them to carry their things. They took down the leather from the walls to make enough, and the lobbies echoed more as people walked through. Teka received one of the bags and packed her own things, still feeling a rush of productivity. It was exhilarating being a part of something, and she had been a major catalyst in getting it started. She wandered the halls and saw everyone else preparing in their own ways. The cooks were busy with food planning. The cleaners were washing extra clothes and sheets. Someone was gathering the few cloaks the colony owned, tallying up how many they would have to purchase or make. It had been a long time since she had seen the colony this busy, and it seemed as though her initial concern with the miners was confined to them. They could dream of a Cathiel all they wanted, but the members knew better than to go against the elders. She was glad of that. But Teka noticed a discrepancy. Where was the respected generation? Why hadn't they started preparing? She took it upon herself to tell them. They were often in their bedrooms, so she went searching down the hallway, looking into each door. After a few rooms, she realized that most were probably still meeting with the elders. At her mentor's room, though, she saw Calic standing by the window, looking at the dust. Teka went inside and cleared her throat.
There has been talk.
She stepped beside the older woman. Calic was always a positive woman, always so loving, but now she stared out the window with that same morose look everyone else had adopted.
I heard the secrets going around, and I saw the leather torn from the walls. I can see what is going on here.
Teka looked shocked.
It is not a secret. We are still telling people. Teka.
Calic turned to look at her in the eyes.
I cannot travel across the wildlands. Many of the members are incapable of such a trip.
What? No, that is not the plan. We are just preparing for whatever the elders decide.
You are the first to say that.
But that is what I told them to say, because it is true. Calic put a hand on Teka's cheek.
You were always so innocent.
She grabbed Teka and held her.
I am afraid, Teka.
Teka held her in a loose grip.
That is why we are preparing. I am afraid that we have ignored the division in our walls for too long.
Teka pushed her away.
What division? With the elders and the people and Tiladon? With the valley. It is all around us. The more we have tried to control it, the worse it has become.
But we are so strong together.
Yes, because the elders have held this group together. But the group is defying the elders.
That was not my intention. Teka sat on Calic's bed, feeling overwhelmed. I just wanted to do something without needing the elders to tell us. That is a good thing, Calic. Are you saying it is making things worse? Calic sat next to her. The woman's calm, loving composure had returned.
This is not your fault, but how the elders handle this could have a lasting effect.
Teka rubbed her eyes. How could so much go wrong in such a short amount of time? I knew I should not have trusted Nelanek. She told everyone we are traveling to get a Cathiel. I needed her help, though. Teka looked up in a sudden rage. Why have the elders not said anything to us? How can I trust them if I never see them? Calic pulled her in again and held her.
We choose to trust. That is what keeps us together.
Teka let Calic hold her, but anger brewed. She was angry at Nelanek. She was angry at the elders, and she was angry at herself for being so blind. How could she have ignored all of this? How could she ignore all the things she was feeling? She could feel the division.
She had seen it, but she had convinced herself everything was okay. Finally, she stood. I have put my trust in the elders for so long, but I have seen them fuel this division you speak of more than anyone else. I'm sorry, but how can I trust them? Teka, Calic started to plead. This is too much right now. Just let me think. She left before Calic could say anything else. Left before she hurt the kind woman. She knew it was best to listen to her mentor. The respected members had lived a lifetime, so they should know what was right. Yet this division had happened under their guidance. So what did it mean anymore to be right? Another morning came, and the colony was buzzing with activity. It seemed the people were set on saving themselves from the dust. In the dining hall, Nelanek had grown bolder with a smaller, younger crowd. It is by our strength, she said to a listening crowd. It is by the breaking of our backs that we excel. It is by our doing that we are here. We know what is right, and we do not need leadership to tell us how to live. What more do they know that we do not? Nothing, a man said. They are no better than us, but they make us wait to tell us things we have already decided. All the while, a poison falls on our land, and they do nothing. It is time we stand up to them, together, and show them the true strength of the group. If the sun passes 10 times, then we will have doubled the powder outside. It will be to our knees. Others nodded their agreement, but Teka kept to herself, afraid to stop this thing she had started. She was so torn about what to do. What would the elders say when they finally broke their silence? Where would the group go, if not the Thunder Coast? No place will take us in, Nelanek continued. This powder has made us homeless, but with a Cathiel, we can have any home we want. Whoever has a Cathiel controls the world. It is not about control, a woman was bold enough to say. Yes, you are right, but it is about our own choices. Leadership wishes to strip us of our choices, and other towns will not give us one. But with a Cathiel, we can decide where to live, by what means, and how. But we do not have time to hesitate. We need to act decisively and quickly, together, so that we may not only survive, but thrive. This is the power of what we have, and what leadership has failed to see. Teka held herself and fidgeted, listening to the divisive words being spewed to a desperate crowd willing to listen to anything. As Nelanek went on, people around Teka whispered among themselves. I cannot take my children across the flatlands. My grandparents would never make that journey. I want to know where the valley people are going. Maybe we can go with them. Teka kept asking herself, where would they go? And she realized how important the elders' decision would be. It seemed now that the stability of the colony rested on how they would break their silence. Chapter 7. No More Secrets. In the early morning, before the rest of the colony had awakened, Tiladon sat with a small group in the miners' workroom. Nemanek and Sobo had agreed to let him use the room, though perhaps begrudgingly. He could still sense their frustration in how he was handling the problem with the miners. The group consisted of only lower leadership, 6 people in total, all about his same age. They were all members Tiladon considered useful in large-scale projects, and skilled enough to have some idea of how to stop the Plume. As far as he knew, none of them were aware of the elders' plans. The other elders are occupied right now, he started, and we must do this in secret. If we can decide on a solution to stop the dust,
Then we will tell the members. There's enough on their minds right now. I do not want them concerning themselves with what we will do." Nemenak shook her head, but never objected. "So I ask you, how can we stop this?" One of the women asked, "How does anyone stop a volcano?" "This is not volcanic." Tiladon was quick to correct her. "But how?" "No one has ever tried. But why should that stop us?" The thought seemed to overwhelm the woman, and she sighed. "We can try." "Any ideas?" Another man answered, "If it is not volcanic, blow it up."
"What, the whole mountain?" Nemenak exclaimed. "Our supply of explosives is minuscule compared to that."
Tiladon shook his head. "I have thought of that too, but I was hoping we might think of other solutions. Can we not think of anything else?" The group tried to think of something, but as they sat silently, the scale of it grew in their minds. This was bigger than anything they had ever faced. They could think of nothing.
"What can I say, Tiladon?" A woman started. "We would need to know what it is. And since we do not have the appropriate time to run tests or research it further, what can we do?"
"We just need to plug it up," a man said. Tiladon rubbed his forehead. "You all know what we are up against. Keep thinking of what we can do other than collapse the mountain on it. Nemenak, will you look at the explosives we currently have and give me an estimate on how much damage we can do?"
"Do not expect an answer you will like," she said.
Tiladon nodded and dismissed the group. He went back to his bedroom feeling more discouraged than he had before the meeting. He felt so insignificant compared to that massive plume of dust. How did he expect to stop it? He lay on his bed, waiting for the other members to wake. His mind swirled with empty ideas, always coming back to explosives and his own future in the colony. His fate within the colony lingered on a delicate string that should have snapped days ago. Why were the elders dragging this out? How long would they wait to tell the others? How long must he make plans with the lower leadership in secret? As he thought about everything going on, he drifted to sleep again. The sound of people rushing around the halls woke him. Someone was asking about materials for cloaks or bags. It sounded like they were preparing for the worst. Had the elders instructed them to do so? He sat up and shuffled to the edge of his bed, wondering if he had missed the morning meal. There was only gray outside his window, no clues to the sun's position. He hated waiting for the elders to announce his demotion because it meant he had to hide from the members. What if they started asking questions he wasn't allowed to answer? How would they take the news? But as he sat there, he realized the elders always shut themselves away. Now he was no different. What had he become? He always tried to be a part of the colony, not just as an authority, but as a member, unlike the sequestered elders. Yet despite his trying, he never felt fully included. His role in leadership always set him apart. He was never fully a member, nor an elder, caught in the middle of two sides that didn't mesh. Whatever he did was never enough for either. Now he would just be a member. Maybe he would have more influence without the title. Maybe... His mind wandered to the three dead members. He felt mourning take over him again, and he let it linger, giving Keenan, Tal, and Pier the remembrance they deserved. He had been so concerned about the Elder's circle that he forgot about them. And he had forgotten his own daughter. He knew something needed to change in the colony, and something needed to change in him. The colony was still in mourning. Now wasn't the time to continue the Elder's agenda. Now was the time to be with the people, to support Desupon. The Elders should be discussing the Plume, not who would replace him as head elder. Finally, he had found a reason to assert himself for the people. That was why they had appointed him head elder in the first place. And once he was done, He would be the father he should have been a long time ago. He went to the door and stepped into the hallway. In contrast to how busy it sounded earlier, now the colony seemed empty. Perhaps they had already gathered for the morning meal. He strode to the central lobby and turned toward the elder's room. At the door, he paused to check his confidence, then realized all the leather had been removed from the walls. What were the elders up to? He opened the door. At the end of the table, Cam sat alone. He had expected to find the elders in temporary council, but it seemed they had finally dispersed. The older man appeared as if he was sleeping, but then he looked up. Tiladon closed the door. "Where are the elders?" Cam watched him with tired eyes, or maybe sadness. Tiladon sat in one of the empty chairs beside him. "Cam, we should postpone telling the others of my removal. Now is not the time for this." "You are too late," Cam said. "The elders are gathering the people now. The members have had enough on their minds. They're not ready for this news." "I agree." Cam leaned farther back in his chair. "But it is not mine to decide." They stared at the table, not sure what else to say to each other. Both were subject to the whims of the elders. "You have been denied your request." "Pardon?" "Your request to aid the valley and stop the plume. The council and elders have agreed against it. We questioned what was really needed, and decided the colony may not be safe here long term. We need to search for a new place to move the colony." Tiladon leaned forward. "Can we not search for a place and try to stop the dust?" "It is a losing battle." "A battle we have yet to partake in." Cam shook his head, defeated. "We have lost from the start. This is too large, even for us. There's no quick fix to this." "Then we try a big one." "And do what? There's no way to stop this." "We could try explosives. What is there to lose when you are so eager to leave our home?" Cam just shook his head again. "No one is eager in this decision. We would barely scratch the surface of the mountain with what we have." Behind Tiladon, the door opened, and Razem looked in. She looked surprised to see him, but addressed him nonetheless. "The members are gathered. We are waiting on you." She stepped back into the lobby, and he chased after her. "We should not be doing this now. The members are still in mourning." "All the more reason to appoint a new head elder." He grabbed her arm. "Think of what they need." Razem shook his hand off and glared at him. "What they need is someone who can get them past this. What they need is leadership that can keep them alive even in a time of loss." She kept walking, and he continued to follow with Cam in step behind. They came to the largest of the recreation rooms. The crowded members watched the three enter. Tiladon paused, meeting their gazes. Half of the colony sat in chairs, and half stood in the back. Even the children were present in the room. In front, the elders stood with clasped hands. Razem joined them and beckoned him to follow. His heart pounded suddenly, and he began to shake. This shouldn't be happening now. But he obeyed, working his way around the sitting members. No one said anything. Why were they just looking at him? Finally, in a scruffy voice, Elder Sonadel spoke to the crowd. It seemed he had overcome the grief of losing his granddaughter enough to be here. "We have gathered all of you to announce a dramatic change in the Elder's circle. After the announcement, we will allow time for questions as they may arise. Thank you all for your patience." He nodded to Razem. The crowd looked agitated. "We elders have met with an intercessory council, a group of respected members, and have seriously discussed Tiladon's role as head elder. We elders have concluded that he has been distracted and has focused his attention outside the colony. It is for this reason we have declared him unfit for the position of head elder. To ensure our decision was not based on bias, we asked the council to weigh our decision. It was our intention to allow outside opinions to contribute, in order to be as fair as possible, and they have come to the same conclusion. Effective now, Tiladon has been removed from his position as head elder.
Tiladon couldn't stop shaking as he watched Rizem present his offenses, focusing too much on the valley, unwilling to work with others, slandering the elders with the other members. They were painting the very worst picture of him. He looked to the crowd and nearly took a step back in surprise. The people were not matching the expressions of the elders. On the contrary, they looked ready to walk out. He had expected them to be surprised, not unimpressed and fed up. Rizem continued, "We will be appointing a new head elder." "Do not waste your time," Nelinek boomed from the crowd. Rizem scowled at the interruption. "Excuse me?" "Do not waste your time filling his place." "And why would we not do that?" Nelinek didn't bother standing from her chair among the people. "There is no need for the position." Rizem straightened. "I am not sure what you are trying to allude here. Are you suggesting there should only be 4 elders? And why are you speaking? I barred you from interacting with anyone." Nelinek kept her composure. Tiladon could hear the unceasing confidence in her voice. "While you have been keeping your own secrets, we have been making our own plans." "We?" Nelinek looked around for the group's support. The nodding crowd acknowledged that it was all of them. The entire colony, it seemed, excluding the elders and probably the children, though Tiladon saw some of the older members looking around in confusion, and a few others shaking their heads. Nelinek continued, "Seeing how poorly you have been operating, and how well we come together without you, it has been generally agreed upon that we do not need the leadership of the elders." Rizem appeared flabbergasted and looked between the 3 other elders, then back to the crowd. "You cannot be serious. All of you think this?" No one said anything. They just watched. Tiladon stood wide-eyed as the elders were accused, just as they had accused him. He stepped to the side, a part of neither group. If he hadn't been removed of his position, it would have been him taking their grievances. It seemed that his failures had saved him from a much more serious public humiliation. How had they kept this secret from the elders? Then again, when was the last time the elders left the conference room for an extended time? It seemed even the Plume had escaped their notice, as obvious and imminent as it was. "We do all think this," Nelinek said from the back. One of the other elders took a step forward. "Consider the implications of not having leadership. Within a collective, nothing would get done with so many opinions. Having a form of leadership streamlines important tasks." Tiladon could barely see Nelinek, lost in the crowd. Was she trying to hide from them? Was she playing some tactic here? "When was the last time you made an important decision we didn't already agree with? We are not fools." "Everyone needs authority in their life. Life without it is chaotic and messy. It is the responsibility of leadership to hold the group together." A man finally stood. "We are together, and together we have made this decision without you." Tiladon wondered who he was to speak. He had no position of leadership. He had no influence in the colony at all. "All you do is introduce new regulations on how we should live our lives. You do not add value to our lives, you just complicate it more. It is time the people make the one decision that you would never be able to do. It is time we work autonomously." Rizem lost her composure. "Autonomously? This is unbelievable!" Yet another woman spoke up from the crowd. "The 4 of you are just as fallible as the rest of us.
But who holds you accountable? You have spent this whole time arguing with Tiladon when the future of this valley is in question. Our future is in question. Your priorities are ass backwards.
Razem pointed a stiff finger at the woman.
Listen to yourself. You have spent too much time with the valley people. Our lives and our livelihood are threatened by forces beyond our control, and all you care about is propriety. We are never going to get anywhere with you as leadership. And who will take our place? Razem shouted. You? At your age? No one. We do not need the positions you hold. Besides, we are leaving to get a Cathiel.
The crowd murmured and nodded their heads. The elders stood in shock. They hadn't even discussed traveling to the Thunder Coast. It was a preposterous idea, and even Tiladon thought it was foolish. Yet it seemed to be unanimously agreed upon. How? How had they managed this? As he studied the crowd, however, he noticed several shaking heads. Some people looked too afraid to speak up. Razem was in a fury.
You cannot decide this for yourselves. Why have you not informed us elders that you have been discussing this? Why have you kept your disagreements with Tiladon a secret from us? Who said that? It is hard to inform people who have kept themselves away.
We are leaving to get a Cathiel with or without you, someone else said. Tiladon saw a few older members look around in confusion. One of them asked,
Is that why the leather was taken down? I thought you were cleaning the dust off.
Razem was shaking her head.
Is this the product of your autonomous society? This is pure madness. Do you really think my generation could make that journey? Or do you plan to leave us behind?
We will be back, another voice said from the crowd. And richer than ever, someone else said. Tiladon watched Razem look up at the ceiling in disgust. She couldn't look at the crowd anymore. She couldn't argue with them. She couldn't persuade them otherwise. They were insane.
And when do you plan to do this? Have you set a date? She demanded.
Maybe tomorrow, a teenager called out. Razem's glare pierced the crowd, searching for the miscreant. We have yet to decide, someone older said, but it will be sooner rather than later. Now is the perfect time to do this.
Perfect time? We should be looking for a new home for everyone.
Sonadel finally put a hand on Razem's shoulder, asking someone in the front to give up their chair so she could calm herself. He sighed, looking at the crowd.
It seems that we have grown out of touch with what the members desire. I wish to continue this conversation, but after a break so we can recover from the shock of...
He rubbed his eyes.
Of our oversight. Can we continue this after the evening meal?
The crowd looked among themselves. There was some ambiguous agreement to his proposal. Finally, someone said,
Before the evening meal.
That would be good.
The elder looked at Tiladon, his eyes watering. He exchanged an empathetic look as if to show he was sorry for what he had done. The tables had turned in the most unexpected way. Chapter 8. The Weight of Death. Desupon once again found herself surrounded by people, shoulder to shoulder with the other members. She stared into her lap and listened to the second meeting of the day. The elders sat up front without her father leading them. She couldn't see him come in and didn't know if he had sat elsewhere in the room. Where had he been this whole time? Was he still mad at her for going to the Plume? Why hadn't he come to see her? She only wanted the comfort of her father. Was that too much to ask for? Someone from the crowd was leading the conversation instead of the elders. It should have been the elders. Or maybe no one was leading at all. Desupon couldn't tell anymore. People were talking over each other. As the meeting progressed, it seemed she knew as little as the elders. Not even Teka had told her of everything going on. Had they forgotten her?
What would you do with the old, like us? one of the elders asked the ambiguous crowd. "And the children?" "We will drop you off somewhere," someone said. But who? Who said it? "That is not good enough. You cannot simply go to a town and be accepted there." "What about making a camp outside of a town?" The crowd murmured. Desupon heard the elder try to form words, but she fumbled and finally said nothing. Desupon looked up and saw all the elders' defeated faces. They stared at the exit, their emotions hidden behind vacant eyes. The group was now in control of them. She couldn't tolerate seeing them like this. What happened to the strength and wisdom of their leadership? What had the group done to them? She closed her eyes and listened again. "I cannot agree to these terms," Elder Sonadel was saying. His voice was sad. "Can you not see we are trying to work with you?" someone else said. Desupon's chin quivered as the image of Keenan holding out his hand came to her mind. His plea to stop the cart, the look on his face as gravel pummeled him. She tried to focus on the conversation about leaving their home, about traveling to the Thunder Coast to mine a cathial. "We cannot all go!" someone from the crowd shouted. She couldn't focus on the replies. 3 people died before her eyes, and now the colony was crumbling. Everything she knew was falling apart. The death scene repeated. "Do not leave me!" "Well, you cannot stay here. How do you know?" Desupon wondered how long the view of the valley would remind her of what happened. Every day looking at the opposite mountain where Pier, Tal, and Keenan were buried alive. She didn't want that memory. Tears dripped off her chin, but she kept herself still. The meeting didn't need her as a distraction. Every blink was an image of Keenan. Pier's and Tal's families sat all around her. "We would come back for our families," someone new said. "You assume there will be a place for you when you come back?" "Come back to what? This?" Desupon knew she couldn't sit through the meeting any longer. It was too much. People dying, the valley being blanketed with powder, and now the people leaving. Wiping the tears from her face, she stood, shuffling in front of the sitting members, and exited the room. She headed for the lobby and stopped at the large doors. She listened. Not a sound in either direction, not even from behind the doors. Only the murmurs from the meeting. She pulled open one of the doors and looked at the silent staging area. There was no one there, not a worker, not a child playing. Beyond the shadowed area, the land and sky were blanketed in gray. She walked past the crates and pillars, approaching the edge of the settled dust. The flowers were smothered, the grass unseen. Tree branches drooped with the heavy weight. There was no wind, no noise, not a bird flying around. The only thing left was dust. Everything that brought her joy had been buried. First 3 members, and now the plants and creatures outside. There was no more joy in this land. There was only sorrow. She knew she couldn't face this, yet leaving meant abandoning everything she knew. Teka, her father, the members, they were her family. A family she never fit into. She hadn't lost one parent when her mother died. She lost 2. And where was her friend when she needed her the most? Where was anyone to comfort her? The colony had orphaned her. Nature was the only thing that had kept her going this long. But now the valley's vitality was gone. There was nothing left for her here. But life went on outside the powdered-covered valley. Maybe there was something out there for her, something the colony never could give her, a sense of self. As the image of Keenan came back to her mind, she knew leaving the valley was her only choice.
Chapter 9. A Positive Future. Teka shuffled out of the meeting in disbelief. Looks of sadness, excitement, worry, anxiety, and fear were all around her, on the adults and the children. 2 men passed her, one animated and expressive. "What will you do?" he asked. The other man looked tired from the long meeting. "Go to a Cathiel. You?" "I would be a fool not to be a part of this. We are going to change the world forever." Teka stopped in the middle of the lobby and stared toward the mines. The men took their conversation down the hallway. People shuffled all around her, going to their bedrooms or to the dining hall. She heard another woman saying, "I am not going to wait any longer for the dust to stop. If the elders do not have a plan, then I have to leave." "I would never leave my parents helpless just to search for some element," someone else said. Was this divorcement Teka's fault? She had initiated the preparations, and she had encouraged Anelanak to gather the people. But all she wanted was to ease the minds of the fearful members. She wanted them to be prepared, not to make plans of their own. Yet the members took control of what she had started, and Nelanak fed them exactly what they wanted: a way out. Nelanak had preached traveling across the flatlands to harvest a Cathiel from the ground, and now a group was going to act on it. This was no longer some child's fantasy. This was happening. A date was set. But who was going and who was staying with the elders? Teka's grandparents? Her parents? Her sister? Desupon? Tiladon? The children? The elderly? What was she going to do? She clasped her hands behind her neck, her head pounding with indecision. The desire to leave was so strong in her, but it went against everything she believed about the colony. Deciding she couldn't focus by herself, she went to the bedrooms. Near the middle of the hallway, she knocked on an open door and looked in. Rook was searching through a drawer and looked up. Teka thought he was a handsome man. He was nearly the same age as her, and she had desires to unite with him. They had tried talking about the idea, but conversations never went anywhere. She still found comfort in his presence, though. He was a gentle man. "Come in," he said. She went to his bed and sat. "What are you up to now?" Rook asked.
Does staring at a wall count?
Well, I suppose it does. Did you want to talk?" Teka leaned into her palms, slouched with her elbows to her knees.
I do not know what to do.
In general, or in regards to leaving?
Leaving.
She looked over.
Do you know what you are going to do?
Rook pulled a small leather notebook from the drawer. He showed it to her.
Do you have a use for this? Probably.
I'm never going to use it. It has been in here too long. He leaned over and handed her the book. And to answer your question, I am staying. Teka untied the cover of the notebook and flipped through the empty pages.
You know for sure?
This is my home, and my family needs me. I have too many reasons to stay. Since leaving means leaving them, my decision is made for me. Teka had family, but none of them needed her. They were all independent or relied on other members to help them. The only family tie she had was one of potential.
Rook, is there any chance that we
unite? She nodded. Rook crossed his arms, giving her his full attention now. You are a fine woman, but you don't want it. I do not think it is right with you.
neither of our parents have so much as suggested the idea. And Teka, we barely spend time together. I do not want this to sound rude, but I have much closer relationships than with you. I do not think we are as close as you think we are.
Teka sagged into her hands.
I don't seem to be close to anyone.
Why did she even ask? Why did she ever think it was an option? Of course, he was right. Most couples had been partnered by their parents, usually after they saw some connection. But Teka and Rook had none. They weren't close, just as he so clearly and painfully stated. Yet who was she close to? She wasn't close to her family, and she struggled to think of a single member that stood out as her closest relationship. Everyone came to mind, and no one. Suddenly, she felt spread so thin. What about Desupon? I know you have taken to mentoring her. Is she staying or leaving? It was clear that Rook didn't want her festering from his direct words and was changing the subject. Teka considered who put the most effort into building a relationship with her. Of course, Desupon put the most time into being around her because the girl didn't have any other friends. Apparently, she didn't either. Teka realized what a fool she had been.
Desupon is more than a student to me. She is my friend.
She stood.
I'm sorry for dragging this out, Rook. It has not been fair to you. Thank you for your direct words. If you'll excuse me, I need to talk with my friend.
She turned and looked down, mumbling to herself,
my only friend.
Then left the room without looking back at Rook. She felt tears swell in her eyes, but kept them back. How had she been so stupid? She was obedient and got along with everyone. She was pleasant and courteous. She was the perfect member. But she was the absolute worst friend. And now that the colony was falling apart, so was she. How could she have done this? Had the elders' guidance on how to live brought her to this? The other members looked happy with their relationships, and maybe they were the same. But Teka didn't want that anymore. She wanted to know more than a person's name. She wanted to feel connected personally. As it was, the only thing that held her to the members was the group itself.
Are you okay?
Teka looked up to see Desupon and looked around, realizing she had barged into the girl's bedroom unannounced. A burst of courage mixed with vulnerability came over her. It was time to end her blasé relationships. It was time she did something for once.
I have been a terrible friend. I have not been around enough for you.
Desupon looked confused.
No, I do not. I have.
Desupon fidgeted, avoiding her eyes. She took a slow, deliberate breath.
Maybe. But I know you still care.
I do. I just never thought whether it was enough.
I know I have not been there enough for you, and now I realize I need more too. You are my one and only friend.
The girl looked up suddenly. A tearful smile came and went.
Desupon, whatever you are doing, wherever you are going, I'm doing it with you.
At that, Desupon looked at her toes. She held her hands to the side, curling the edges of her shirt between her fingers.
I can't stay here. Then we leave together.
Having already packed most of her things, Teka checked her bag now that she knew the scope of her decision. There was no room for unnecessary items. Clothes, food, and shelter were top priority. Maybe a knife and needles for sewing, but others would be packing those things. Before the meeting had ended, those planning to leave had formed groups to ensure everything was packed for their journey. They needed shelters, packs, food, water, and tools. She knew she could rely on the other members to gather these things. But how would they rely on her? What would her contribution be to this new autonomous group?
Without leadership, there was no one to tell her what to pack. So she went to the workroom and stared at the shelves, wondering what use any of it might have outside the mountain. The microscope, the tools, the measuring devices, the books, none of it was practical for this journey. She wanted to be useful, but geology and chemistry didn't contribute to survival. She eyed the notebook Rook had given her. A journal might be useful. She could write things down as they learned the land. No one had a map of the wildlands, so she could make one. As they learned about the plants, she could take notes. At least she could do something. She found her current journal and took it with the new one, then left the workroom. This was probably the last time she would ever see it. Surely the staying members wouldn't actually stay here. But where would they go? There was so much in their underground home to stay for, but in the end, Teka knew her relationships were the most important. And how much more likely would she be able to broaden her relationships beyond Desupon with this new group that was leaving? She wouldn't be held back by the Elder's rigid structure. She could grow into something more and come back to share what she had learned. This journey meant so much more than coming back with a Cathiel. That feeling of excitement started to rise in Teka again. This didn't have to be a bad thing. Yes, a group was leaving for a Cathiel, but the Thunder Coast was no place to make a home. This separation was temporary. They would be back. There was a thrill to the idea of adventure, too. A thrill to the challenge. A thrill in knowing she could overcome the odds against her. Maybe Nelanek was right. Maybe this was the way forward. It would be the ultimate demonstration of how the members could work together toward one goal. They would come back with a Cathiel and show the world what a strong community could do. She thought about everything they had already accomplished without leadership. Maybe there was value in having elders lead them. But how would they know the true strength of the colony if the individual members didn't take the opportunity to grow? She had wanted to know this for so long, and now she was being given the chance. This really was a good thing, no matter how hard it was. In the end, they would be so much stronger after this journey. And what might they do with the Cathiel when they returned? With a new vigor in her stride and a new air of positivity, Teka continued into the lobby. Her mentor was talking with an older group and pulled away when she saw Teka approaching.
"I hope you are leaving me some books,"
Calic said. Teka paused. She hadn't told Calic her decision.
"How did you know I was leaving? I have known you your whole life. I know your propensities."
Teka didn't know what to think about that. Was she implying that Teka had an inclination toward rebellion? No, that couldn't be. She tried smiling, lightening the mood.
"I only took a few, but then again you never know when you might need an entire library when you travel."
Calic took a sudden step closer.
"Teka, I know I have mentioned this before, but would you consider uniting with my son before you leave? He needs the partnership, and you would make a good wife. I think you would benefit from it too."
Teka was speechless. Calic's son was a fine man, but Teka had no interest in him, and just as with Rook, she had no connection. His bedroom was always a mess, and he didn't bathe as much as he should. She always wondered how he had come from such a kind and responsible mother.
"Calic, it would mean the world to me,"
Calic insisted.
"and my son."
Teka didn't want to disrespect the woman, but she wasn't going to partner with a man because his mother insisted upon it, even though parents decided who their children partnered with. Now, with everything changing, maybe they could change that too.
"It would be too sudden,"
Teka said.
"I already love you like a mother. We do not need to unite for that."
What was she even saying?
"He needs structure in his life.
I am worried that there will be no one to be hard on him. Calic, Teka rubbed her shoulder. He does not need to be united for that to happen. I know this change is difficult, but maybe there's merit to it. We all will be there for your son, to kick him in the pants when he needs it. I just do not see how it will work. Calic bowed her head. People gravitate toward laziness without structure. Look at my son. But he has structure now. Teka stopped herself. We will have structure. Instead of 5 elders, it will be all of the members encouraging him to contribute. Think of it. That increases his chances of getting the push he needs. Promise me you will make sure it happens. Yes, of course. Have you made plans with Tiladon? Calic looked at the group she had stepped away from. Not yet. He asked everyone to come up with an idea. We are discussing the viability of explosives, so I was going to do some reading. Does that mean he is still head elder? I do not know. Personally, I do not see a problem with it. Despite the council's decision, he is still a man I trust. Teka massaged her earlobe, thinking about the qualities Calic had seen in her. Had she known Teka's struggle with leadership before she knew it herself? How did we get to this point? How long has leadership not been enough? Calic pierced her with a serious, motherly gaze. Not enough or too much? Which do you believe? She thought about this. Somehow, both. We need more, but we also need different. I do not know what it looks like, but this new direction feels right. It is like I have taught you in your lessons. If you have a suspicion, pursue the truth. I have a suspicion my son will not thrive in your new system, but I can no longer watch over him. And perhaps you should not. He's a grown man, Calic. Teka reconsidered. But I will still make sure he does not turn lazy. Honestly, I am surprised he is leaving with us. Maybe your new colony will work. Calic's voice trailed off. We are coming back, Teka assured her. The woman met eyes with her again. She didn't look convinced. Within the colony's old way of operating, once a person was done with their work, they knew it was the end. But with this new way, there were endless possibilities of what Teka could do. There was no one to tell her to stop working, and no one to tell her to keep working. It felt so strange to her, and surprisingly refreshing. She went to the cooks to see if they needed help, but they had everything under control. She went to check on the progress of the packs, and that group was also making exceptional progress in a short amount of time. She even went to the miners, and, as she expected, they didn't need any other help. One of the men was in a frenzy, though. There's still so much to do. We have yet to get the knives and tents. Teka held up a finger to stop his panic. The cooks already separated which knives are staying and which are going with us. And what about the tents? Teka mulled this over. Since she didn't have anything to do, I can check for you. The man relaxed. Someone needs to. How am I supposed to know if we are ready when there is no more... He stopped himself. Leadership? He looked away. It was almost funny, Teka thought, that even in defying the roles of leadership, they didn't know how to operate without them. I do not have to be a leader to help everyone communicate between each other. That would be good. She smiled and left on her new task. If they were going to operate without leadership while they were gone, they had better learn how to do it now. This was a good direction for Teka to take. She found the man in charge of the tents conversing with a small group at one of the tables in the dining hall. He was about 10 cycles older than her. That made him one of the oldest members who had decided to leave. Hey, so what is the progress on the tents? She asked him. He turned to look at her. Everything looks good. Can I see? He glanced up at the group, then shrugged. Sure. Teka followed him into the hallway and past the lobby. He stopped at a door just before the entrance to the mines. The latch stuck as he jiggled the door. Finally, it scraped open. He struck a flint into a small oil basin, which sent long shadows through the large room. Teka looked around in surprise. I am not sure I've ever been in here. It's mostly just junk. The man pointed to a pile on the floor. There you go. She bent down and looked inside one of the tent's cloth covers. There were at least 30 of them. Did you check all of these? Thoroughly. They're all well preserved, though could use some waterproofing. Why do we have these? Teka asked. These are from the early cycles of the colony, before we lived in the mountain. The group was a lot smaller back then. They lived in these? For a few cycles, yes. Teka smiled. So camping is in our blood. We do what we must, the man said. Do you need anything else in here? She looked around the room and saw old furniture, old utensils, a pile of old blankets, even old toys. Some of it she recognized. I thought we got rid of all of this. This is what getting rid of it means for us. Are you done? Teka stared at a broken lamp. I had no idea. She pulled herself from her fixation. We can go back. I need to check on the other groups anyway. He extinguished the lamp and she followed him back into the hallway. She watched as he closed the door. Why did no one ever talk about their past? They had kept all of this stuff without ever mentioning it. Were the elders hiding something from them? Teka followed the man back up to the living areas and past another small group talking about the logistics of their journey. The members had found their independence, but it was obvious they didn't know how to function as a group yet. They still needed some structure to act as one. And Teka knew she could help them keep that structure. She had started this, and now she was going to make sure it worked. It was so strange for Teka to think about the future. She realized how much she longed for it. Whatever the elders were hiding in their past didn't matter. They were headed in a whole different direction now. They wouldn't keep secrets from each other. For the first time in the colony's history, the members would be equals. Leadership would no longer loom over them. They would keep each other accountable and make sure the elders' problems never made their way back into the group. Teka knew this new group would be better, and now she realized she had always wanted it. She continued going around the colony, finding the separate groups, asking what they needed, and told them the collective progress. She was bringing them together under one vision and found everything they were doing to be right. Chapter 10. Embracing Change. After the last meeting, Tiladon had found a strange sense of encouragement. The people he loved and helped raise were leaving, but they were all working toward the same goal of saving the colony. Seeing them work together and take responsibility was a pleasant surprise, despite the unspeakable consequences. No one knew how long they would be gone, but it was going to be long enough for a lot to change. Word was going around that it would take the younger members a season cycle to find the Acathial, mine it, and come back, but Tiladon expected longer. 2 cycles, maybe 3. That was a long time to be away. It was long enough for both parties to adjust to the absence of each other. The younger members wanted change, and they would have plenty of time to make those changes while they were away. What changes would they bring back? And when they returned, what changes would he have made with the members staying behind? He set the thought aside. He wouldn't have to worry about that for a long time. Right now, he had to worry about saving the valley so the others would have a home to return to. The elders had announced their decision to leave the valley in search of a new place for them to settle, But he wasn't going to give up that easily. He had talked with the majority of the older members, seeing if they would help him stop the powder, but he found himself concerned over Sobo and Nemenek. Almost their entire workforce in the mountain mines was leaving to mine Acathiol. That meant the colony's focus had come to an end. The group would have to find new ways to support themselves. Their savings would only last so long. Yes, there were still young members who had already expressed their decision to stay, but the ratio of old to young was skewed. It seemed that nearly half the members were leaving for the Thunder Coast. The older generation would have to step up again. There would be many changes, indeed. The group may have to rely more on their relations with the Valley people in order to survive, even with the Elders' reluctance. All the more reason for Tiladon to succeed in his efforts to save the Valley. If anything, this new direction had justified his last 5 season cycles as head elder. He headed toward the mines. As he passed the elder's room, the door opened and Razem stepped out, glancing at him. He kept walking. "Well, it seems you have triumphed after all," Razem said from behind. He stopped and turned. "What do you mean?" "You got exactly what you wanted." "I did not ask them to defy leadership. Or are you assuming more?" She closed the distance between them so as not to speak too loudly. "One way or the other, you influenced our young people to do this, and now we 4 are left to save this colony from your hopeless goal."
You cannot honestly say it is my fault they are leaving.
I admit there is value in your search for a new place to live, but I have told you before, and I will tell you again, if there is a chance to stop this powder, then I will seek it. I only hope we have not delayed too long. She actually sneered at him. "Yes, blame us for your failure." "I did not blame you." Had she always been like this? Or was there a time she trusted him and the people? How much had he turned a blind eye to? "You implied it. We are not your enemies, Tiladon. We do hope you can stop the dust. But if you fail, and we think you will, we need something to fall back on." Tiladon nodded. A backup plan was a good idea, no matter how condescending she was toward him and his own plan. "I understand. Will it just be the 4 of you searching for somewhere to move us, if I fail?" "With all our young people abandoning us, it appears that will be the case." "Then take from the communal funds and hire someone from the valley to take you. I'm sure you can find someone eager to leave." "We are not looking for your permission to use the funds, but I will strongly suggest that we do find a guide. I have not been outside the valley in over 10 cycles." "No one has. If you'll excuse me, I have others I need to find." She gave a nod, and he turned back toward the mines. Now that he didn't feel obligated to please the elders, he felt free to actually move on, free to make his own decisions without their influence. Is that what the other members felt, too? Is that why they were leaving? He proceeded to the miners' workroom, where he found Sobo and Nemenek sitting on one of the benches. Both had worked in the mines their entire lives. Now their work was ending. Sobo leaned with his hands cradling his forehead, while Nemenek watched Tiladon with a not-so-kind expression. "Tiladon, why did you allow this to happen?" He had hoped this conversation would not come. Being head elder meant people expected him to hold the colony together. But he had just been removed from the position. That didn't mean the people forgot about their expectations of him. "I told you my sister was trouble," she said. "Did I not say to deal with Nelanak before her defiance spread?" Tiladon stood at the entrance. "I did my best with what I knew while being harassed by the other elders. And I did not expect this. I heard mention of Acathiol, but nothing this serious." The couple looked away. Most likely, they had heard the plan swirling around the group and had not shared it with the elders. No one had said anything. Were they that afraid of leadership? Tiladon continued. The Cathiel is beside the point. While our young people are gone, will you help me save what is left? He had included them in the initial talks about saving the valley, but he had to make sure they were still staying. Of course, Nemenak said. But her husband interrupted. How are we going to mine without them? We will never be able to produce enough metal, nor anything else. Even if they are gone for a cycle, we cannot survive on the output of the mines. What is your plan then? One step at a time. First, we must ensure we have a home. I need everyone's focus on stopping the powder. Sobo was still raving. Will we have enough people to prepare meals and cook? To wash our clothes? How could they do this to us? Our own child is leaving. Tiladon paused. He didn't know what Desupon would do. He wanted to believe she would stay with him. He wanted to believe she hadn't known about the members' dissatisfaction, just like him. But it was obvious he was out of touch with the colony and her. He had let his leadership blind him of what was really important, being too busy leading that he forgot what it truly meant to serve the group. And his role as a father had demanded more attention from him than he was willing to give. He had convinced himself it was better to serve the group in place of Desupon. Now it was obvious that the group didn't want him as much as he thought. Seeing how well they came together on their own, maybe they didn't need him at all. He saw now how wrong his priorities were. He had to redeem his relationship with Desupon. Why did it take the loss of his leadership to realize this? Now he wondered if the people leaving were justified in their thinking too. Perhaps the elders were in the way of progress. Had he stifled the people under his leadership? He certainly had done so with his daughter. I'm beginning to believe, he started, that maybe your sister's group is doing the right thing. Nemenak and Sobo waited for him to explain. Maybe they will be the ones to secure our future, with the Cathiel. Or maybe it will be us, maybe the elders. We are dividing, but it does not mean it is the end. It is 3 paths toward one goal: protect the colony. It will require a great deal of adjustment, but we are smart. We will think of something. Sobo was biting his thumbnail, then looked at the missing section he had chewed away. I suppose you are right, but tell me one more thing. Are you head elder or not? Tiladon stood a little straighter. It is in my nature to lead. Whether that is as head elder is for the remaining people to decide. In my developing opinion, our old ways are over, and we must reforge a new mode of operation. Perhaps we will learn from our children and decide the future together. Tiladon watched the focus fade from the 2 pairs of eyes. Was he seeing this right? 2 authoritative people, in their own sphere of influence within the mines, shied at the thought of participating in deciding their own futures. Tiladon was finally realizing that something was off. The younger members had seen it. He only wished he had had the foresight to avoid it. Maybe they could have left on better terms. 2 cycles, he reminded himself. All he had to do was wait 2 cycles, then they would return. He scratched at his neck. Anyway, think more about what we can do to stop the Plume. Tomorrow I will put together a meeting to discuss our options. He started to leave, but Nemenak stopped him. If it means anything, we do still support your leadership. Thank you. I hope to see this through, together this time. As together as we can be, at least. Tiladon headed back up to the lobby, his footfalls echoing down the mining tunnel. He felt a sadness hovering over him, yet he was calm. After all the division, he finally felt free to choose exactly what he wanted. Certainly, his decisions affected other people, but now he felt free to make them for himself. As head elder, he had always done things for others, and there was still some lingering shame of who he had become, always closing himself off because of his growing anger. But he was beginning to leave it behind. He was finally feeling like himself again. Going back through the lobby, he turned into the hallway of bedrooms. There was one person he had neglected to see. He stopped at her door, which she had closed to hide herself. He didn't hesitate to knock. Desupon opened the door and immediately clutched to him. Tiladon caught himself from falling over, then brought his arms around her.
How are you?
He asked in a whisper. He closed his eyes and felt her heavy breaths. It felt so good to hold his daughter again. She only squeezed him harder.
I am sorry I did not do this sooner.
He let her hold him. He could feel himself relax in her arms. When was the last time anyone had held him like this? He opened his eyes and looked into the room, noticing a pack on her bed.
You are leaving,
he said as his breath left him. She pressed herself into his chest.
I cannot stay.
Finally, he stepped back so he could see her face. She was crying.
I cannot stay.
He glanced at the gray landscape outside the window and knew why she couldn't.
I know. There is so much for you out there. Find something you love. Learn about the plants and the animals. When you get back, you can tell me all about them.
He pulled her into his arms again. This time, he held her. Chapter 11. Crossroads. Teka was checking on the cart when the ground trembled. It was early morning and the unseen sun had risen not long ago. She rushed out from the stable as if she would see something beyond the dark gray sky. Dust cascaded from tree branches. A single bird flew from its perch and disappeared into the haze. She looked over at the other two women, who were more concerned about the roof collapsing than the cause of the shaking. They looked at each other uneasily. The sooner the cart is ready, the better, Teka decided. The others agreed and went to work. Teka trudged through the growing dust back to the living areas. Each foot left a channel behind it. She glanced in the direction of the Plume and increased her pace. Inside the lobby, other members rushed around the hallways, going from one place to another with no apparent destination. "Did you feel that?" a man asked as he hurried by. Teka nodded. "Did anything break?" The man shook his head and scurried toward the dining hall. Teka looked down the hallway of bedrooms and saw Desupon standing outside her door. She hurried over to the girl. Worried conversations filled the occupied rooms around her. "Do you have everything packed?"
I think so.
Desupon swallowed nervously.
What if it means the plume is growing larger? Like before? Like when...
Teka put a hand on the girl's shoulder and guided her into the bedroom. "We need to get out of here." She found the pack on her bed and looked through the top contents. "Your scarf and cloak?" Desupon pointed to the chest near the window where the garments lay. "Good. I need to get my own stuff finalized. Do you want to come with me?" Desupon thought about the invitation, then nodded. Teka headed out toward her own room. Her friend lagged behind. In her room, she held up 2 shirts. "Which one?" Desupon pointed at the one that looked newer, and the shirt went into Teka's bag. Teka gave her pack one last look and decided it was enough. The window began to clatter. Another low rumble coursed through their underground home. All noise from the members quieted as they waited for the shaking to stop.
As earthquakes went, it wasn't significant, but it signaled something far more alarming. "It is getting worse," Teka said under her breath and closed her pack. Desupon entwined her fingers as she tensed. Teka went back into the hallway where she saw others looking out from their bedrooms. "Where's Nelanak?" she shouted toward the lobby. She headed in that direction. Others watched as she passed them. "Nelanak!" Nelanak came out of the dining hall and found Teka. The two met at the entrance doors. "I don't want to ask, but do we need to leave now? Today?" Teka asked. She didn't particularly like that the woman was her go-to person, but without leadership, who else could she ask? Nelanak pursed her lips, slicked back her hair in thought, then nodded. Teka exhaled a heavy breath. "We are ready, but I am not sure I can make that decision on my own." "You do not have to," Nelanak said. Teka felt foolish for saying it. Their creation of an autonomous group was half the reason they were leaving in the first place. "You are right." There seemed to be an understanding between them of what they needed to do. Nelanak headed back to the dining hall with a quick step, and Teka went back to the bedrooms. She stopped at the first open door to tell the new idea in light of the earthquakes. Elder Razem looked up from her desk. Teka swallowed. Of all the people to tell first. "We are gathering again." Razem kept her serious gaze on Teka, as if challenging the authority she was taking by gathering the people. Teka left the doorway before Razem might actually confront her. She went from room to room, telling everyone to gather in the lobby to discuss their plans. Back in her bedroom, she found Desupon waiting, and she pulled her along. People made their way to the lobby, and finally Teka followed behind. The group crowded around, waiting for someone to speak. "Listen up," Nelanak boomed once it seemed everyone was present. "I'm not going to waste any time. With these quakes, we are asking if we need to leave sooner. We are asking if this is a sign that we should leave today instead of tomorrow." "What do the quakes mean?" someone asked. Nelanak drew in a confident breath. "It means it is getting worse." "Do we need to worry about one extra day?" someone else asked. "That is what we are asking." The young ones, those leaving, confirmed with one another their feelings about the shaking ground. "We should leave today." "What if it gets worse than this?" "Everyone should leave." Teka scanned the crowd, listening for what they were saying. She only heard one person express their desire to stay the extra day. "Leave today," Teka mumbled to herself, letting the thought sink in. She waved her hands in the air and said louder, "I think—" She waited for the others to silence. "I think a decision has been made." The crowd watched her, waiting for the decision they had somehow made together. "We leave today." As the meeting ended, Tiladon searched the crowd for Desupon. This was his last chance to make things right with her. He had less than a day left to be a better father, and the dust still competed for her time. With the ground shaking, he too had to act fast. He found Desupon standing next to Teka and stepped up to them. "If you would excuse me," he interrupted Teka's conversation with another person. He addressed Desupon. "I need to talk to you." She stepped aside. "Yes, father?" His words caught in his mouth. How would a good father go about this? How are you?" Desupon fidgeted with her hands. "It seems so soon." "I too wish we had more time," Tiladon said. "But we need to act on our decisions to the end. Do you have an idea of what you want outside the valley?" Desupon shook her head. "Do not give up on your dreams because of this. I was wrong to shut them down as I had, for so long. Do what you can for the members and yourself. I neglected that part. Now I am paying for it.
His daughter bit her lip as she listened. She swallowed.
What will you do now?
We are planning to go to the Plume and blow it up.
Fear and anger came over the girl.
You cannot go with the ground shaking.
Tiladon kept himself calm and continued.
We have a plan but have not decided who will go. I wish to be one of those people. No! Don't you remember what happened to Keenan? I cannot have that happen to you.
Teka finished her conversation and joined theirs. Desupon pulled at her for support.
I know it is dangerous to approach, but the plan is to borrow or purchase a cart and umtrol from someone in the valley for our return. We will position our cart with the explosives above the hole and collapse the mountainside on it.
Tears dripped down his daughter's face.
What good are you if you die? Who will lead the colony?
What good have I been alive? I asked for a team to go to the Plume, and now 3 people are dead. I know nothing can compare to what happened to you, but I bear the weight of their deaths. I do not want to endanger anyone else while I stand aside.
He softened and looked to the ground.
I know this is a poor time, but I have none left. It must be me or someone else.
No!
Desupon cried. She pulled at Teka's shirt again. Teka looked between the two. Desupon's chin quivered as she watched her father struggle to hold her gaze.
Would you go if Mother was still alive?
Tiladon watched as people started staging their things in the lobby. The large front doors were opened, and he saw the cart parked outside.
If she were alive, I would have been a different man. I would have been a different father, and maybe I never would have been head elder. I have failed in so many ways, and this is the decision I am left with. I need you to understand why I have chosen this.
She shook her head.
It is too dangerous.
I need to protect the colony, every last individual I can. I am going so no other will go in my place.
He saw her sag with the weight of her emotions. She said nothing for some time, then wiped her face and closed her eyes.
You won't be a fool.
I will not be a fool, Tiladon said.
He pulled her into his arms and held her head as it nestled in the nook of his neck. Beside them, food was being brought out to the cart.
I wish it did not have to be this way, but you understand why it must be me.
She loosened her grip on him, then stepped back, watching the ground. He wanted to mend the mess he made of fatherhood, but he had to go on this mission too. How could he inspire it, plan it, and then leave the risk to others? If only Desupon could see the importance of both. Finally, she nodded. Tiladon sighed.
I need to get everything started, but when I am finished, will you spend the remaining time with me?
She nodded again as silent tears fell off her face. Tiladon brought his hand to her cheek to wipe them, but it pulled away as the ground trembled for a 3rd time. Everyone in the lobby panicked and quickened their pace. Tiladon swore to himself. He wanted to head down with the group, but he had so little time.
I must get the others together, he said, stepping away. I will meet you back here when I am done.
He ran toward the empty mines. Much of the tunnel remained dark, the lamps never lit. Farther down, the miners' break room was empty. Where is that woman? He jogged back to the lobby, passing a group taking tents out of the old storage room. Working around them, he pushed through 2 groups until coming to Nelanek. Tiladon put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Have you seen your sister? Nelanek turned to look at him. By the expression on her face, she was considering whether to answer him at all. Finally, she shook her head and turned to help someone else. He took a step and asked another woman, Have you seen Nelanek? She pointed to the bedrooms.
He continued down the hallway and came to Nemenak and Sobo's door. Inside, the couple was removing clothes from a dresser. "What is this?" Tiladon exclaimed, motioning to their things splayed on the bed. "We are getting ready for the worst," Nemenak said. She threw a folded shirt onto the bed and pulled out another from the dresser. Tiladon relaxed. At least they hadn't made a spur-of-the-moment decision to leave with the other group. They were the best help he had to stop the Plume. "I need help getting the explosives loaded." Nemenak fumbled with the shirt in her hand. "Now?" "We have one chance at this, so yes, we need to take it now." He waved her into the hallway. "We will travel down with the other group and part at the Crossroads." Nemenak eyed her husband. She was always reluctant to agree to anything, but her loyalty to the group always overrode that uncertainty. Together they agreed to help. They put down their things and started for the door. "I will find the others to help, then I have one final thing I must do. Go on without me." Tiladon turned back toward the lobby and nearly collided with Elder Rezem. "What is this?" Rezem asked, scowling at him. Tiladon towered over the short old woman, while Nemenak and Sobo slipped by. "I am acting on my plan today," Tiladon said. "If it fails, then you will know for sure whether to find us a new home." "You are taking the cart?" "How else am I going to get explosives across the valley?" Tiladon snapped. "That is the only remaining cart." Rezem threw her hands into the air in exclamation. "We elders need the vehicle to travel out of the valley." Tiladon rubbed his forehead, thinking. He knew that if he couldn't stop the dust, the rest of them had to leave as well, and soon. But they had only had 3 carts for the entire colony, a consequence of never traveling. One was destroyed during Desupon's escape from the Plume, and the other had already been claimed by the younger group. He looked back at her with a sudden thought. "Pack your things. You will head down with us." "We are not ready." "You have no choice. I will drop you off with one of the valley people. Pay them extra to use their transport to take you. This is the way it is going to be. If you cannot keep up with us, then you will be left behind." "You!" Tiladon leaned closer. "I don't want to hear it right now. Keep up or get out of my way. I can find someone else to go in your place if I need to." He pushed past her. "I can only take 2 of you, and I expect you outside when you are ready." Rezem shouted to his back, "The nerve!" But he heard her scamper to another room. This was how you managed an elder, it seemed. Give them no other choice. That was how they had tried to control him for so long. He searched the hallways and rooms for the remaining members he had made plans with to stop the Plume. When he found them, he directed them to the explosives shack down the road to help load the cart. Rushing back to the lobby, he came to Desupon again and took her hand. "I am sorry. Stay with me now until the Crossroads." She nodded, and together they grabbed her pack. They took it to the staging area and let a man load it onto the cart, then went to Tiladon's bedroom to get his cloak and an old hand towel to cover his face. Back under the staging area, he helped her dress in her own cloak and adjusted the scarf over her nose to keep the dust out. He did the same for himself. Tiladon led her through the dust. They walked 200 paces hand in hand down the road and came to a small outbuilding tucked away behind some trees. It had a metal roof and was built of brick to keep the explosives as dry as possible. Nemenak came out with a small crate. She hadn't covered herself to keep out the dust. "I still think this will not work," she said, setting the box on the cart. Tiladon came to her side to help her position it. "Better to try and fail than to give up entirely. A little something I have learned recently." The 4 others in his secret group brought out more crates. One after another, the wooden containers stacked 5 high. There were some 75 crates in total. Combined, it would create a massive explosion. But the question was, would it be enough to bury the plume and seal the hole? Desupon watched the last crate of explosives be stacked onto the cart. She waited as Nemenak and Sobo strapped them in place. Her father came to her side again, but she stared over the desolate land, wondering what more the plume would take from her. She kept herself from crying as the face of Keenan became her father's face in her mind. Several season cycles would pass until she knew whether he survived. Jogging footsteps came up to her, and she looked over to see Teka, hidden under a cloak and scarf.
"We are almost ready," Teka said. "Everyone is saying their goodbyes."
Desupon took a sharp breath and let it out slowly. This was the end. She looked at the cart of explosives. Would it be her father's end? She followed Teka back up to the staging area with her father and the others in step behind. People had congregated all around the enclosed area, staying out of the settled dust. Grandparents and parents hugged their children and grandchildren. Friends gave parting words. Tears were shed. In the center of it all was a cart packed to the brim with everything they would take. The 65 members who were leaving, the young, were all dressed to keep the dust off. She still felt like it was the wrong choice, but she had to leave to escape the pressure of the dust. No one knew exactly when they would be back, and no one knew what they would return to. Desupon followed Teka around the group to say goodbye to those staying behind. She stared at the ground when people said they would miss her, that things would never be the same without her. As they came to Calic, Teka's mentor, former mentor now, the older woman held Desupon's chin up. She gave a motherly look that finally felt appropriate.
"Come here, young one," she said, pulling Desupon into her arms. The woman's embrace nearly cut off Desupon's breath, but for that moment, she felt secure. "I'm going to miss you." Calic's whisper tickled her ear. "You are beautiful, just like your mother was."
Desupon started, remembering her mother's doll. She had put it in the playroom only a few days ago, her way of trying to be a better member. But she was leaving now, and she wanted something to remember her mother by. Leaving Calic, Teka, and her father, she hurried through the crowd, through the empty lobby, down the empty hallways, and came to the playroom. She dropped to her knees and rummaged through a bin. It wasn't where she had left it. She dumped one bin on the floor, then another. Toys scattered the ground as she looked for it. There it was. She held up the doll and examined it. Already a button eye was missing. She cradled it in her hands as if it were a tiny version of her mother.
"Why do I always make decisions that go against the group?" she asked it.
The tiny doll looked at her with its one eye. She hid it in her pack, then went back outside with everyone else again. The young people's cart had started its crawl into the growing dust, with the travelers following behind. They glanced back at their home. Desupon hurried over to her father, knowing this was not yet her time to part from him. He stood with 2 other elders who were both dressed to leave. "The other cart is down the road," he was telling Elder Razem. The old woman looked around at the members being left behind, then to the members leaving. Finally, she stooped down and fumbled with her bag. Tiladon took it before she could object. His other hand grabbed Desupon's, and they led the 2 elders into the dust. They followed the procession of people walking down the road, hidden by drifts of dust. Members waved goodbye to their families as the distance between them grew longer. Dust lingered all around them. A clump fell from a tree and a veil of powder floated to the ground. A trail of footsteps and wheel tracks cut a path leading from their old home. They rounded the first corner,
and everything they once knew was out of sight. Desupon kept her gaze on the tracks she followed. This all felt wrong to her. But just as her father needed to go to the Plume, she needed to leave the valley. She had agreed to his path because she wanted that for herself, despite how wrong both their decisions felt. She stopped at the cart of explosives where Keenan's sister was seated and ready. Desupon took a step back, surprised to see her. "Are you sure you want to do this with me?" Tiladon asked the younger woman as he helped Razem up and put her bag between her feet. A certain anger had settled in the woman's eyes.
It took my brother from me. Call it vengeance. I do not care. I want to end it.
The dead man's sister was going to the Plume after it had taken his life. Should Desupon pity her or commend her bravery? The sorrow she felt for the woman added to the sorrow she was already feeling, and she let it be. Razem pursed her lips and avoided looking at her. She watched the group continuing down the mountain. Her dissatisfied face said everything for her. "As long as you know the risks," Tiladon said. Keenan's sister gave a slow nod, returning her gaze to the group on the road.
I know them.
Desupon waited as Tiladon helped the other elder sit in the space between the explosives and the back edge of the cart. "I'm sorry there's not enough space up front," Tiladon said to the elder. The older man was more understanding and settled in the best he could, finding a place to hold on. Her father helped her sit on the other side, and Tiladon sat in the middle, their legs dangling off the edge. "Everyone is on," Tiladon said. Keenan's sister struck the reins, and the Umtral pulled them through the tracks of those ahead of them. The group moved at a slow pace as they trudged through the loose dust, down the winding road. Desupon wondered how many of this young group had actually left the mountain before. All the landscape looked different now. Everything was gray, nothing moved. She could no longer see down the slope through the clearings where the rocks had kept trees from growing. Low bushes made mounds in the layered dust. Barely anyone spoke until they came off the mountain and into the meadow below. Even then, no one dared break the silence of the dust with more than a whisper. Her father cleared his throat. I wanted to avoid this." She met his gaze. "I know it must be difficult to think about, but can you describe to me the area around the Plume? What am I walking into?" She watched the edge of the trees grow farther away. In her mind, there was Keenan at the Plume. She told her father everything she could remember, which road they turned up, what was around the Plume, where the mountain was level and where it was steep. Tiladon never prodded her, but she shared as much as she could, no matter how much it hurt to think about. If it could keep her father alive, she would repeat it over and over if she had to. When he decided it was enough, he took her hand, and together they watched the flat landscape. "Thank you," he said. Desupon listened for the babble of the creek. She heard nothing and saw no Skilaba as she did before. When the road finally ran along the water, it was a sludge of gray murk. Any liquid below the start of a spring would be undrinkable unless it were heavily filtered. When the cart stopped, Desupon peeked around the crates. They had come to the first valley road. Her heart thumped loudly in expectation of the separation soon to come. The group turned and traveled parallel to the mountain. Desupon watched her father. She squeezed his hand, and he seemed to know her thoughts. His eyes focused on her. "I want you to know," he said from under his face covering, "that I am proud of you. And that I am sorry for never letting you pursue anything outside our home. Know now that I fully support your decision." The cart traveled a short distance until coming to a stop again at the next crossroads.
Tiladon got off the transport and helped Desupon down, wiping some of the dust away from her neckline. She let him walk her over to the rest of the group. They stepped up to Teka, who was ready for her. Tiladon took Teka's hand and held hers and Desupon's between his own. "Take care of her," he said to Teka, then looked at Desupon. She felt him squeeze their hands together. "I love you." She pulled her hands from his grip and threw herself into his arms. She squeezed him like she had never done before. She held him as if she would never let go. Finally, Tiladon sighed, making her release him. Pulling her hood back and kissing her on the forehead, he took a step toward the explosives cart. "Goodbye," he said to Desupon. He nodded to Teka. "Goodbye." He looked among the young, independent group that he used to lead. "Goodbye." Her father walked back to the cart and got back on. Keenan's sister snapped the reins as Elder Razem watched them without a word. The cart turned onto the road heading toward the other mountains where the Plume poured dust out of its slope. Her father came into view again from his seat behind the crates of explosives. They watched each other as the distance between them grew. She finally had the father she always wanted. She loved him, and now she knew he loved her. The lingering dust separated them from view, and he was gone. The group started walking the road again, beginning their journey to the Thunder Coast, leaving the Plume, the valley, and their families behind. She followed the others with Teka by her side, unsure when or if she would ever see her father again. Would this plan to stop the dust work? Would the group find peace with what they had done? Could separation from the group possibly mend the brokenness inside Desupon and the others? Or would they always regret this day, the day they left their families behind? Epilogue. It's a new land and a new life for us. Winter seemed to have come early, though it was hard to tell in these new lands. Few of the plants were familiar. Most of the trees had already lost their leaves. All the normal signs of winter were so different out here. Back in the valley, the first snowstorm was the clearest sign of winter. But here they had already witnessed 3 flurries. Some days were still warm, though most had an unshakable chill about them. They had reached the end of the first part of their journey, the end of the literal road. The relatively young group scattered among the damp grasses, looking out toward the impassable mountains, the first mountain range within the ripple. They had taken the unpaved road through thick brush to get to this point, an overlook that a townsperson said was popular for lovers. Inappropriate as this place's reputation was, the viewpoint of the towering mountains was the farthest they could take the cart. Teka stood on the nearly empty transport, having volunteered to remove the items and delegate them to the other members. The miners would carry their pickaxes. Individual families would decide who carried their tent. They had their water skins, they had their food and their clothes. The cart would no longer relieve their burdens. Teka held out a tent for a man a few cycles older than her. "Maybe we should stay here for a few suns," he said as he took the tent. He looked toward his wife and 2 older children. "Look how tired they are." "Maybe." Teka sat on the cart, watching where clouds shrouded the mountain tops. "Or maybe we should go a little farther, so there's no turning back." The man leaned against the cart, looking out over the hills separating them from the impassable mountains. "Do you miss the valley?" he asked. "It would be good to see our family again." "It would, but I do not want that life anymore. Here we are all equals. There is a rightness to it. I cannot go back and submit myself to leadership." Teka sighed. "We are stronger now than we ever were. Look at what we have already accomplished and look where we are going. It seems unreal. I wonder what our children will be like, having this experience. Hopefully they learn from our mistakes. And our strengths. The man paused. Do you think we will return to the valley? Teka held herself as a cool wind gusted through the covering of the overgrown bushes. I do not know. Did Tiladon stop the powder? She paused. Even if he did, I have to ask myself how much I want to return. I told Calic we would come back, and I must keep that promise. But the farther we go, the more reluctant I become. I miss them greatly, but what will we return to? I fear what will be waiting for us. I cannot unknow what I know now. Teka watched Desupon exploring an area around the people sitting in the grass. The girl plucked an edible plant from the ground. It looked like one of the new ones they had learned about in the last town. Teka had helped her find the resources, but Desupon excelled in understanding what they could and could not eat. She was more valuable to them now than she ever was back at their underground home. The girl looked over and smiled, holding up the plant. Teka gave a bittersweet smile. When we left, she was the worst off. Now look at her. She is the one keeping me going. I have been writing in my journal just to stay positive. She doesn't have to try. The man cradled the tent under his arm. Together we can overcome anything. Teka nodded to herself as the man went to join his family. She stayed sitting on the cart, looking at her pack. Finally, she pulled out her journal. Their journey had exposed their true strength as a group. Leadership had failed them, but they had proven they didn't need it. Yet uncertainty still lingered. What would they find at the Thunder Coast? What kind of life would they make for themselves until they returned? Teka feared that day. She feared they might lose everything they had gained from this experience. How could they live under such rigid leadership again? Ahead was a Cathiel and a new beginning. Behind them was dust and doubt. She didn't know what life was going to look like, but there was one thing she was confident in. Putting pencil to paper, she wrote the most positive thing she could think of, a thought that might see her through the uncertainty. I find encouragement from those who are strong when I am not. We are better together. If you enjoyed this full production of The Way They Fell, please like the video and subscribe to Joshua Coleman's YouTube channel for updates on future projects and more videos. The Way They Fell is Book 1 in the Inevitable series, exploring group dynamics and a people's reconciliation of their past. Book 2, Observing the Inevitable, is out now. For more information on the author's works, go to joshuabcoleman.com. Acknowledgements. Thank you to my writing critique group, Pauline, Terry, Jackie, Frank, and Donna. COVID may have kept us away, but I appreciate you all the same. A special thanks to Barbara and Carrie for braving the internet and making it work online. These two get a huge credit in the quality of this book. Thanks to Brent, my one and only alpha reader. I can't imagine handing the first draft to anyone else. Angela and Jessica are equally as valuable for their input on the second draft. Then there's one last read by Stan, who catches the little things that no one else does. I have some incredibly supportive friends, too. Ashley, Louisa, David, and Andrew get a special shout out for this book. But all my other friends who didn't read it hold their own value. Y'all keep me emotionally stable. A surprise shout out to William, my doctor, who had way better suggestions than I ever anticipated. You made some suggestions that made me rethink my overall writing style, which I think improved it significantly. If you're ever less busy, I'd take you as a beta reader any day.
My parents are some of the most supportive people I could ask for when it comes to pursuing something I enjoy. You give me the courage to take risks and live life to its fullest. Thank you to all my clients, especially those who purchased my books. It has been an absolute pleasure getting to know everyone and making unexpected friends. You may not have known it, but you helped pay for this book by employing me. A final thanks to Kat Mead at Leaf & Steel for her professional copy edit. You can use this as proof of my raving 5-star review. The Way They Fell by Joshua B. Coleman. Read by the author. Copyright 2021.